Chapter 86. The central square of Celestial Azure City was packed with people. The liveliness today was not inferior to the recruitment competition 2 days ago. In fact, it was even slightly better. After all, it was extremely rare to see a martial Bowmaster fight. Countless martial artists from Celestial Azure City's martial Dao family clans had flocked over. Mu Feng and Gu Tsangnan had also ascended to the loft next to the square to watch from above. When it was close to noon, the Ye family members arrived at the central square. Yi Xing was among them. He held the dragon tendon bow and walked into the center of the square. With the end of the recruitment competition, the arena in the center of the square had been torn down. The spectating martial artists consciously left an empty space in the center of the square for Yi Xing and Xiong Baotian's duel. It was about 20 feet in radius. This was a very large space. Normally, there was no need to use such a large space for a duel. A ring with a radius of 10 zhang would be enough. However, Yi Xing and Xiong Baotian were dueling to the death. When the time came, it would only be a matter of life and death, regardless of the location. Therefore, the spectating martial artists did not dare to get too close and only surrounded the periphery of the square. 20 feet in radius, the maximum distance was about 60 meters, 120 steps. Compared to the range of Yi Xing's bow and arrow, this space was really small. However, for a martial Dao master like Xiong Baotian, this distance was not considered large. With his attainments in Qigong, as well as his external attacks, he could attack in an extremely short amount of time, even at the furthest distance. Therefore, the battlefield was considered a disadvantage for Yi Xing. However, for Xiong Baotian, it was considered an advantage. When the martial artists saw Yi Xing coming over with bow and arrow, they knew that Yi Xing's forte was archery. If Yi Xing wanted to rely on archery to fight Xiong Baotian, then he would have already lost by half the battle. This made the majority of the martial artists not optimistic about Yi Xing's chances. Some of them revealed gloating smiles, while others sighed in pity. In their opinion, Yi Xing would definitely die in Xiong Baotian's hands today. Yi Xing stood in the middle of the square with bow and arrow in his arms. His heart was filled with lofty sentiments, and his posture was like a mountain. Ever since he made the decision to challenge Xiong Baotian, Yi Xing's temperament had undergone a metamorphosis. Any casual stand, he was like a deep pool of water, a mountain peak, making people look up to him. Yi Xing closed his eyes and waited calmly for Xiong Baotian's arrival. He was certain that Xiong Baotian would come. Xiong Baotian, Xiong Baotian's, Xiong Baotian, Baotian's, Xiong Baotian. Xiong Baotian, Xiong Baotian, Xiong Baotian, Baotian, Xiong Yi, Xiong Yi. Xiong Baotian, Yi Baotian, Baotian. Yep, Baotian was the first to discover Baotian's figure, because the direction Baotian entered the square was exactly where the Ye family was. Although Baotian did not put Yi Xing in his eyes, Yi Xing's archery skills were still important enough. Any opportunity to make Yi Xing's archery skills difficult to display, he would take advantage of it. If he walked out from a Xiong Baotian's, then the Xiong Baotian would be behind him. Yi Xing's arrow might attack the Xiong Baotian after passing by him. And if he walked out from the Ye families, then, if he avoided the arrow attack would be aimed at the Ye family's people. This point would definitely make Yi Xing wary when he shot the arrow. Therefore, he was wary of hurting the Ye family's people. When the distance between the two was too far, and he could avoid the arrow, Yi Xing would not shoot. And when the distance was close, it would be time for Baotian to take Yi Xing's life. Little bastard, I'm here to take your dog life. Baotian walked into the square from the Ye family's direction, and his voice was full of murderous intent. Yi Xing turned around and opened his eyes. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he said indifferently, Baotian, do you dare to make a bet with me? Yi Xing's calmness surprised Baotian. He continued to walk forward and approached Yi Xing. He said, what are we betting on? Yi Xing said, our life and death is already in the outcome of the duel. If we want to bet, then it's naturally something other than life and death. If I win, let me go to the Xiong family's martial arts library to watch martial arts for 4 hours. If you win, I will go to your son's memorial tablet and kowtow before I die. How about it? Bao Yan's eyes flashed. Killing Yixing like this was letting him off too easily. If he could kowtow before Xiong Cheat-Sai's memorial tablet and apologize, Bao Yan's heart would naturally be more carefree. And if Yixing won, he could only watch for 4 hours at the Xiong family's martial arts library. Not to mention 4 hours, even if he had a whole day. How much could he remember? Most of the words in the martial arts manuals were bitter and difficult to understand. It was difficult to read the manuals, let alone memorize them. Bao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. He sneered. You still think you have a chance to win? Ha! Since you want to kowtow before my son's memorial tablet and apologize, of course I will agree. Yixing chuckled and said, Bao Tian, just your agreement is not enough. When you die, what if the Xiong family doesn't care about your face and refuses to admit defeat? This bet can only count if the Xiong family head agrees. You. Bao Tian was furious. He wanted to shout, You're courting death. However, the two were in a life and death duel. There was no such thing as courting death. It was already a situation where either you die or I die. On one side of the square, Bao Tian narrowed his eyes. He wanted to see where Yixing's confidence came from. Unfortunately, he couldn't see it and couldn't figure it out. Regarding Yixing's request, Bao Tian didn't think it was too much. Moreover, in his opinion, Yixing was definitely going to die. How could he still have a life to go to the Xiong family's martial arts library to watch martial arts? Bao Tian sneered and said, Well, I promise you, if you can win, not to mention 4 hours, even 6 hours is fine. I'm afraid that you won't have that chance. After listening to Bao Yan's words, Yixing's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. Looking at Bao Tian, his eyes suddenly became sharp. Your value ends here. You can die now. While speaking, Yixing used the Big Dipper steps, and his body suddenly retreated backward. At the same time, he pulled out a black edge arrow from the quiver like lightning. While his body was retreating, he knocked the arrow on the string and shot the arrow in one breath. Whoosh! When his voice fell, there was a loud sound. It was the black edge arrow that was shot out from the string and shot toward Bao Tian. Little bastard, die. When Yixing made his move, Bao Tian was also within 10 feet. He also shouted and suddenly used his body movement to rush toward Yixing. He wanted to kill Yixing Clang. When the arrow left the string, it was the time when the sword was unsheathed. With a bright internal strength, the sword chi was extremely sharp. Arrow and sword. One was a long-range attack weapon, and the other was a close-range attack weapon. But they had the same characteristics, fast speed, and many changes. In such a short distance, the revolving arrow technique's trajectory distortion was useless. The only thing that pursued was speed. It wanted to kill the opponent in the shortest time possible. Therefore, this arrow was straight and fast to the extreme. If Bao Tian did not use his sword, his throat would definitely be pierced in an instant. However, Bao Tian used his sword. Moreover, his sword was also as fast as lightning. Clang! The black edge arrow was split by Bao Yan's sword. In the collision between the arrow and the sword chi, the arrow won. But in the collision between the arrow and the sword won. With a crisp sound, the black edge arrow was split, but Bao Yan's speed did not decrease at all. Like a rock spreading its wings, he continued to chase Yixing. At the same time, with a wave of his sword, his internal strength followed the sword and turned into a bright sword chi, shooting toward Yixing, who was 10 feet away. At this moment, Xiong Batian was secretly alarmed. Although his sword strike had sent the arrow flying and his speed wasn't affected, his hands were slightly numb from the impact. This meant that the power contained within the arrow was extremely terrifying and posed a great threat to him. Therefore, he had to fight speed with speed. In the shortest time possible, he killed his way to Yixing's side, making Yixing's bow useless. In this way, he would be able to win. To shoot an arrow, there was the process of taking the arrow, drawing the bow, and shooting. After all, it was not as simple and fast as waving a sword. When Yixing took out the second arrow and was ready to shoot, the bright sword chi was already in front of him. No matter how fast he retreated, he could not be faster than the attack of the sword chi. As a last resort, Yi Xing could only give up shooting the second arrow. The wind force was integrated into the 7-star steps. His body dodged to the side like lightning, avoiding the attack of the sword chi. In the first moment after dodging, Yi Xing put the arrow in his hand on the bow and immediately shot toward Bao Tian. Unfortunately, a moment was not a short time for a martial Bowmaster. Because of that moment of dodging, the distance between the two was suddenly shortened by half, leaving only about 5 feet. Clang, the black edge arrow shot by Yi Xing had just left the bowstring. Before it could fully exert its strength, it was hit by Bao Tian's sword and was sent flying to the distance like a cold star. Little beast without distance, let's see what use your bow and arrow can be, he. Bao Tian sneered. The sword in his hand rolled up a cold light, and in an instant, it pierced toward Yi Xing's heart. Heart-killing sword. The speed of this sword had reached the extreme. The sharp sword chi condensed into a beam, almost like an arrow, and burst out. Countless warriors were watching the battle between the two with unblinking eyes, and their hearts were extremely nervous. This was not a competition, but a battle of life and death. Every move was aimed at killing the opponent, which made people's hearts pound. The distance between them was too short. Facing the attack of the heart-killing sword, Yi Xing did not have time to use his archery skills. Even with the 7-star steps, it was difficult to avoid the assassination of the sharp sword chi. At this moment, the tiger roared and Yi Xing punched out. His fist, which was wearing an upper-grade weapon, the silver fine silk glove, was invincible. It blasted on the condensed sword chi. Although the sword chi was sharp, its power was not as strong as the sword itself. It was defeated by Yi Xing's punch. However, the sword, which was like lightning, followed closely, with a fierce killing intent, instantly pierced toward him. Without distance, let's see how you can fight with me, haha. Bao Tian laughed. Victory was in his hands. Today's recommendation votes are not as good as yesterday's. If there are any brothers who forgot to vote, please remember to vote. Thank you. Chapter 87. Whoosh! The treasure sword instantly pierced through the fist and arm. But at this moment, the fist and arm also disappeared. What was stabbed was only an afterimage. The 7-star steps of the manifestation boundary allowed him to change in a small area. Without waiting for Xiong Baoyan's treasure sword to reach him, Yi Xing had already dodged 30 feet away. Xiong Baoyan frowned. A cold light flashed, and he slashed out with his sword again. He coldly snorted and said, "Let's see how many of my swords you can dodge with your movement technique." The sword emitted a cold light. It was like a waterfall that endlessly rushed towards Yi Xing. The super brain activated its scanning mode. Xiong Baoyan's every move was within Yi Xing's expectations. In close combat, Yi Xing didn't need to use a bow and arrow. He slung the dragon tendon bow across his body and used the 7-star steps with all his strength to avoid Xiong Baoyan's swordsmanship. The 7-star steps of the manifestation boundary were indeed extraordinary. Xiong Baoyan attacked several times in a row, but only the sword energy's sharpness could reach Yi Xing. The sword body was always half a beat slower. Yi Xing wore silver silk gloves and held a high-grade dagger in his hand. Xiong Baoyan's sword energy sharpness was forcibly defeated by him. His strength wasn't weak. Just dealing with the sword energy's sharpness was more than enough to spare. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen moves had passed. The martial artists watching were all shocked. Yi Xing's movement technique had reached the acme of perfection. No matter how close Xiong Baotian approached, the distance between the two was always 30 feet. Besides the sword energy's sharpness, which could attack Yi Xing the moment it left his body, the sword's body always had a time difference. Thus, Yi Xing was able to dodge it. However, although the sword energy's sharpness was terrifying, it couldn't do anything to Yi Xing. For a time, the battle between the two fell into a stalemate. This was something that no one had expected. Even Yi Xing was shocked. Even if Yi Xing's 7-star steps had reached the transformation realm, there shouldn't be a situation where Xiong Baotian couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. unless Yixing had extremely high combat skills and could always predict Xiong Baotian's attack position in advance. A martial skill was a kind of skill, but it was a specific skill. For example, when a roaring tiger fist was cultivated to perfection, it was only the skill of the roaring tiger fist that had reached perfection. It had nothing to do with other martial skills. However, true combat skills refer to a person's comprehensive reaction ability. It was a comprehensive skill. A person with excellent combat skills would not be weak even if he did not know any martial arts. Furthermore, if one's combat skills were high, it was impossible for them to not know any martial skills. On the contrary, their attainments in all martial skills would be even higher. The most direct difference between martial skills and combat skills was that a superior martial skill could defeat an opponent whose cultivation was higher than oneself but lower than oneself, while a superior combat skill could defeat an opponent whose strength was higher than oneself. Yixing was a martial arts genius with a strong combat ability. It was clear that his combat skills were indeed high. This made Yixing's eyes light up. It seemed that Yixing's confidence was indeed based on something. However, Yuan was more worried. Even if one's combat skills were high and could defeat an opponent whose strength was higher than oneself, once the difference in strength between the two parties was too great, it would be extremely difficult to achieve victory. The difference in strength between Yixing and Xiong Baotian was indeed very big. The strength that Yixing had displayed was not considered top-notch among 6th-level martialists, while Xiong Baotian was a genuine 7th-level martial Bowmaster. At the moment, even though Xiong Baotian had the upper hand, he was still very unhappy. Although Yixing had been suppressed by him, he had still been unable to kill Yixing, who was only a 5th-level martial Bowmaster. He hadn't even been injured. To a martial Bowmaster like Xiong Baotian, this was a very disgraceful thing. This was especially so under the watchful eyes of so many people. This made Xiong Baotian feel even more humiliated. Unfortunately, he had no choice. Yixing's reaction speed was too fast. Unless he was exhausted and made a mistake, he simply couldn't get close to Yixing. Hide. Let me see how long you can hide. While Violent Bear attacked with his sword, he angrily shouted, "You're only at the 5th level of cultivation. Your inner strength has only been refined to the flesh and blood, not even to the skin. But I'm a martial Bowmaster. When your inner strength is exhausted, see how I deal with you. I'll make you beg for death." The martialists, who had originally had some confidence in Yixing because of his outstanding performance, lost all hope in Yixing after hearing Xiong Baotian's words. Xiong Baotian was right. How deep was the internal strength of a martial Bowmaster? Now Yixing was being suppressed by Xiong Baotian. When his internal strength ran out, his defeat was inevitable. Perhaps Xiong Baotian's words poked at Yixing's worries. As soon as the former's voice fell, Yixing's face changed and his breath immediately showed signs of instability. Seeing this, Xiong Baotian sneered and said, "Let's see how long you can last." After only 3 moves, Yixing's face was suddenly shocked. It seemed that his internal strength was not enough. After dodging Xiong Baotian's sword, his body suddenly trembled and there was a momentary pause. Not good. Many people from the Ye family, as well as some martialists who stood on Yixing's side, exclaimed. Their faces changed dramatically. The confrontation between the two could be as simple as lightning. At this time, any pause would be a threat. Xiong Baotian really caught Yixing's flaw. With a laugh, the sword in his hand emitted a cold light and instantly pierced toward Yixing's heart. However, at this time, the corner of Yixing's mouth was slightly raised, revealing a trace of a smile. He didn't look like he was lacking internal strength at all. His feet stepped on the 7 stars, and his body turned into a phantom. In an instant, he moved 3 feet to the side. Xiong Baotian's sword suddenly missed. Without waiting for Xiong Baotian to retract his sword, Yixing blocked with the dagger in his hand and pushed outwards. Originally, with Yixing's strength, it was impossible for him to contend with Xiong Baotian. However, Yixing now followed the force of Xiong Baotian's sword and pushed it. Xiong Baotian's sword was suddenly pushed away by Yixing, while Yixing's body moved forward and appeared in front of Xiong Baotian. Seeing Yi Xing's trick, Xiong Baotian was furious. However, when Yi Xing moved in front of Xiong Baotian's eyes revealed an excited smile. He was worried that Yi Xing's movements were too fast and he couldn't get close. Now that Yi Xing took the initiative to close the distance between them, wasn't that seeking his own death? Xiong Baotian's left hand turned into a claw and grabbed Yi Xing's shoulder like lightning. Upper grade martial skill, bone-shattering claw. If this claw was caught, the bones in Yi Xing's shoulder would definitely be shattered and he would be restrained by Xiong Baotian, unable to move. At this moment, the Xiong family members were overjoyed and couldn't help but cheer. As for the Ye family members, their expressions changed and their faces turned ashen. However, Yi Xing's face still had a confident smile. At the same time that Xiong Baotian grabbed out with the bone-shattering claw, Yi Xing had already punched out. Upper grade martial skill, Thousand Shadow Fist. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing's arm disappeared, leaving behind only the dense shadows of his fists. Bang! At the critical moment, there was an explosion. Xiong Baotian's body instantly retreated backward and was sent flying by Yi Xing's punch. The Thousand Shadow Fist at the large success stage was indeed extraordinary. Xiong Baotian didn't even see Yi Xing's fist clearly and was already hit by Yi Xing's fist. And the bone-shattering claw he grabbed out hadn't even touched Yi Xing's clothes. At this moment, many martial artists exclaimed and looked at Xiong Baotian, who was sent flying by Yi Xing with faces full of disbelief. A 7th grade martial Bowmaster was actually sent flying by Yi Xing in a head-on battle. How is this possible? This sudden change shocked the hearts of all the martial artists present. Xiong Baotian, who had been sent flying, was not only filled with humiliation, but also regret. He had been tricked by Yi Xing once again. If he hadn't been so impatient with his attack just now, and instead had kept a backup move, then it would have been impossible for him to not be able to pull back his sword. And if he had withdrawn his sword, he wouldn't have been hit by Yi Xing's punch. No matter how fast Yi Xing's fist was, it couldn't be faster than his sword. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Yi Xing deliberately showed a flaw in order to block Xiong Baotian's sword. Xiong Baotian fell for it and immediately stepped into Yi Xing's chain of killing moves. At the same time as the punch sent Xiong Baotian flying, Yi Xing's body also used the 7-star steps to retreat with the recoil force. Moreover, Yi Xing immediately threw away the dagger in his hand and took out the dragon tendon bow and black edge arrow. Drawing the bow and shooting the arrow only took a blink of an eye. The power of Yi Xing's punch wasn't focused on hurting people, but on pushing them away. Xiong Baotian was sent flying by Yi Xing's punch. Whoosh! When Yi Xing shot the black edge arrow, Xiong Baotian was still floating in the air. At this time, Xiong Baotian had nowhere to borrow strength and nowhere to hide. Moreover, Yi Xing's arrow only pursued speed and power without any distortion in its trajectory. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of him. Xiong Baotian didn't have time to use his inner strength to split the arrow. He could only hold his sword horizontally and block the arrow. If he was standing on the ground, Xiong Baotian could completely rely on his legs to take the arrow's power without taking half a step back. Even so, he did not have any place to borrow strength from as he was in the air. Even though he managed to block the arrow, the force from the arrow caused him to fly backward even faster. In the blink of an eye, Xiong Baotian flew back another 100 feet. At this time, the distance between the two was more than 200 feet. Seeing Xiong Baotian fly back, the warriors watching from the back naturally scattered to the sides, leaving a large space. Yi Xing no longer retreated. His legs bent into a bow and firmly planted into the ground. At the same time, he took out 3 black edge arrows and knocked them on the bowstring. Whoosh! 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 Just as Xiong Baotian was about to land, Yi Xing released 3 arrows. The 3 black edge arrows drew different distorted trajectories in the air, but they all had the same target, Xiong Baotian. The arrows that contained the power of the wind were extremely fast. Moreover, their trajectories were mysterious and unpredictable. This was Yi Xing's true killing move. At this time, Xiong Baoyan's situation was exactly the same as that of the masked assassin. How could he block Yi Xing's arrows? Clang! Clang! Xiong Baoyan used all his strength and waved his sword to form a sword screen that densely covered the surroundings. However, he was only able to block 2 black edge arrows. However, Yi Xing shot a total of 3 arrows. Xiong Baoyan, who had just landed, felt a pain in his chest. He looked down and saw a blood-stained black arrow piercing through his heart. This black edge arrow shot through Xiong Baoyan's back and out his chest, piercing through his heart. Chapter 88. Impossible. Blood gushed out of Xiong Baoyan's mouth as he spat out those words in disbelief. Then his body fell backward dead. All the martial artists present, regardless of their cultivation, were incomparably shocked, their eyes filled with shock. Most of the martial artists had thought that Xiong Baoyan would definitely win this battle and Yi Xing would definitely die. However, the result was the complete opposite. Xiong Baoyan, as a martial Dao master, had reigned supreme in Tiansong City for decades. In the end, he had fallen at the hands of a rank 5 junior. This was truly unexpected and shocking. In an instant, cries of surprise rang out everywhere. The Ye family members, on the other hand, let out a burst of enthusiastic cheers. Although this result was truly unbelievable, and the Ye family members were also incomparably shocked, the joy in their hearts was even more intense. Good, good, good. Yi Wendao shouted the word good 3 times in a row, his emotions incomparably emotional. He had hoped that Yi Xing would win this battle. However, from the beginning, Yi Wendao had very little confidence in Yi Xing. Now that Xiong Baoyan had died, his wish had finally been fulfilled. Naturally, he was incomparably excited. Compared to the joy of the Ye family members, the Xiong family members were filled with shock and worry. Their expressions changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They dared not believe that Xiong Baoyan, a martial Dao master, would actually be shot to death by a rank 5 junior. Furthermore, it wasn't a sneak attack. The two of them had fought head-on before. However, Xiong Baoyan had died, and his corpse was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Looking at Yi Xing, who was standing with his Bao, the Xiong family members were all enraged, especially Xiong Baolong and the other Xiong family members. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. If looks had killing intent, Yi Xing would have been cut to pieces by now. It wasn't easy for a family to produce a martial Dao master. Regardless of which family it would take at least 10 years or even 20 years for a martial Dao master to appear. The death of any one of them was a heavy blow to the family. How could the Xiong family members not be angry? However, what made the Xiong clan even angrier was yet to come. At this moment, Yi Xing smiled at Tyrannical Bear. His smile was like the spring breeze, proving that he was in a very good mood. Xiong family head, Xiong Baoyan has lost. The Xiong family should fulfill their promise and let me enter the martial pavilion to study martial arts for 4 hours. Xiong Baolong's breathing was ragged, and his fists were clenched so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. His face alternated between green and white, and the fury in his eyes was about to burst out. The Xiong family's martial Dao master had been shot to death by Yi Xing. Now, the Xiong family wanted to open the martial pavilion and let Yi Xing in to view the martial arts. Where would the Xiong family put their face? Previously, Violent Bear thought that Violent Bear would win for sure, and Yi Xing wouldn't have a chance. Therefore, he didn't think that Yi Xing's condition was problematic. However, Tyrannical Bear now understood that Yi Xing's request was an insult to the Xiong family's reputation. It was as if he had stepped on the Xiong family and spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Yi Xing took in Violent Bear's expression and sneered. What? Could it be that Xiong family head has forgotten what you promised? Ha! All the martial Dao friends here still remember it very clearly. That's right, we still remember it. A bet is a bet. Since the Xiong family has lost, they must let young Master Yi enter the martial pavilion. Someone in the crowd shouted and took the opportunity to kick up a fuss. They couldn't wait for the Xiong family to lose face. The Xiong family had taken root in Azure Sky City for a long time and had oppressed countless martial Dao families and martial Dao cultivators. Now was the best time to kick them while they were down. Anyway, there was a sea of people at the moment. How would the Xiong family know who was shouting in the crowd? With one person starting, it was like opening a dam. Behind him, more people took the opportunity to shout and humiliate the Xiong family. Violent Bear's veins were bulging. He didn't know who was kicking up a fuss, but all his anger and hatred fell on Yixing. His eyes flickered, containing a terrifying, murderous intent. At this moment, Violent Bear couldn't wait to charge into the square and tear Yixing into pieces. However, no matter how angry he was, he didn't dare to really do it. Grandmaster Mu Feng from the Zishan Marquis residence was watching from the pavilion beside the square. If he dared to make a move on Yixing, then his death would come. Moreover, even without Grandmaster Mu Feng, just based on the terrifying strength Yixing had displayed, it wouldn't be easy for Violent Bear to kill him. Not to mention, the head of the Ye family, Yuan Dao, was here. It was impossible for Violent Bear to succeed. Therefore, no matter how angry Violent Bear was, he could only burn it in his heart. Even if his teeth were broken, he could only swallow it. He couldn't do anything to Yixing. Violent Bear gritted his teeth and said, "Come to the Xiong family tomorrow at 7 in the morning. You can stay in the Martial Pavilion for 4 hours from 7 to 9. There was still plenty of time today. Why did he have to go tomorrow at 7 in the morning? He was afraid that by tomorrow at 7 in the morning, some of the Xiong family's secret martial arts manuals would have already been hidden in the Martial Pavilion. The ones Yixing could see were all secret martial arts manuals in the Ye family's Martial Pavilion. Yixing smiled faintly and said, Patriarch Xiong, if the Xiong clan empties the Martial Pavilion today, do you think I'll go hungry tomorrow? Wouldn't that be a wasted trip?" Yixing's smile disappeared, and his expression became serious. He continued, "If you want to take a look, you naturally have to take a look now. Only by going immediately would the Xiong family not have time to move the secret martial arts manuals in the Martial Pavilion." Violent Bear was trembling with anger and almost lost his mind. He shouted angrily, "Yixing, my Xiong family has already made enough concessions. Don't be greedy and push me too far. If you want to enter my Xiong family's Martial Pavilion now, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave alive." Yixing laughed. Violent Bear's words did not make him feel threatened at all. He said, "I've been accepted by Master Mu as a student of the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class. I'd like to see how your Xiong family will let me enter alive and not leave alive." Violent Bear's expression froze when he heard this. Just now, his anger had attacked his heart, and his words were unwise. Sure enough, it was not only Yixing who was disdainful of his words. There were even some martial artists in the crowd who loudly jeered, "The Xiong family is so arrogant. They can kill a student of the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class just because they want to. Do they even put the Purple Mountain Academy in their eyes? Not only do they not put the Purple Mountain Academy in their eyes, young Master Yi was accepted by Master Mu of the Purple Mountain Marquis residence as a student of the genius class. Now that Master Mu is still in Celestial Azure City, they don't put Master Mu in their eyes." Xiong Baolong's expression immediately changed and his face turned pale. He immediately felt a sharp gaze coming from the pavilion at the edge of the square and locking onto him. Violent Bear glanced at the loft at the edge of the square. Mu Feng was indeed standing at the window, coldly staring at him. This made Violent Bear's body suddenly turn cold, and he shivered. "Mr. Mu, please calm down." Violent Bear hurriedly bowed to Mu Feng and said respectfully, "I was angry and made a slip of the tongue. What I said just now was definitely not my intention. Even if you gave me 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to do such a thing." Mu Feng's voice came with a trace of coldness. "It's good that you know. Now bring Yixing to the Martial Pavilion. If he loses a single hair, the Xiong family will cease to exist in Celestial Azure City." Yes, I will follow Mr. Mu's orders." Violent Bear bowed to Mu Feng again. When he looked at Yixing, even if he was extremely unwilling, He didn't dare to show any malicious intent to Yi Xing. Violent Bear's body was taken care of by the Xiong family. Yi Xing returned to the Xiong family with Violent Bear and the rest at the first moment and went straight to the Xiong family's martial pavilion. He didn't give the Xiong family any chance to transfer the martial arts manuals. Moreover, after entering the martial pavilion, Yi Xing went straight to the third floor. He first collected all the upper-grade martial arts manuals, then went to the second floor and collected all the middle-grade martial arts manuals. He moved them all to the first floor and slowly read them. In about 2 hours, Yi Xing had read through all the martial arts manuals in the Xiong family's martial pavilion. Because many of the lower and middle-grade martial arts manuals were similar to those in the Ye family's martial pavilion, Yi Xing skipped over those that were duplicated and saved a lot of time. All the martial arts manuals that he had read once were scanned and stored in his superbrain so that he could never forget them. Yi Xing had already achieved his goal. Without waiting for 4 hours to pass, he left the Xiong family's martial pavilion and left with a hearty laugh. Everyone in the Xiong family looked at Yi Xing's back as he left. Their faces were filled with hatred, but none of them dared to attack Yi Xing. They could only watch as Yi Xing left. Patriarch, our Xiong family has suffered such a huge loss. Our dignity has been trampled on, and we have lost a lot of face. Are we just going to let it go like this? A few high-ranking elders gathered in front of Violent Bear and said unwillingly. Violent Bear's eyes flashed, and he growled in a low voice. Let it go? How can we let go like this? Right now, he has Mu Feng protecting him, but Mu Feng can only protect him for a while. Once he enters the Purple Mountain Academy, he will no longer have anything to do with Mu Feng. Violent Bear's eyes narrowed, and his voice became more and more ruthless. Originally, I didn't want to cause trouble for the strange saint in the Purple Mountain Academy. But now we can no longer stop this little bastard from entering the Purple Mountain Academy. We can only rely on the strange saint to deal with him in the Purple Mountain Academy. I will write a letter to the strange saint, telling him that once this little bastard enters the Purple Mountain Academy, he will never return. An elder who had been to the Purple Mountain Academy nodded and said, although the Purple Mountain Academy is the cradle of the strong, how can there not be a few deaths every year? With the strange saint's identity as the vice principal's personal disciple, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with this little bastard. Today's matter was not only witnessed by countless warriors, but also spread through the entire Azure Sky City at an extremely fast speed. If one were to judge the most famous warrior in Azure Sky City, it wouldn't be the city lord Gu Tsangnan, nor would it be the patriarchs of the Yi, Wei, and Xiong families who were at the 7th level of the martial path. It would be the elite of the younger generation who was only at the 5th level of the martial path, Yi Xing. Before, Wei Qingxuan's reputation had always been above Yi Xing's in Azure Sky City. But now, even a genius with such potential like Wei Qingxuan's reputation couldn't be compared to Yi Xing's. Yi Xing's name was spreading through Celestial Azure City at an extremely fast speed. It probably wouldn't be long before he became a figure that everyone in Celestial Azure City knew. He would become a legend of his generation. Please pay attention to Lord Chocolate. Everyone, Wei, letter, account, number, EK Chocolate. From tomorrow onwards, I will be on Wei. The letter will update the portrait of the character in the book. Tomorrow, it will be Wei Qingxian. Chapter 89. The Ye family in Celestial Firmament City was celebrating. Yi Xing had already become an important figure in the Ye family when he was selected by Mu Fengshou as a student of the Zishan Academy's genius class. Now, his status had become even more important. Even the elders of the family had to be polite and respectful to him. This was something he didn't feel when he was a student of the genius class. Previously, he was an important figure in the family because of his identity as a student of the genius class. Now, it was because of his strength that could kill a martial master. In the Star Continent, the strong were respected. One's own strength was what earned the most respect and reverence. That night, Yi Xing wrote some of the important martial arts manuals in the Ye family's martial pavilion into books and handed them to the family head, Yuan Dao, to be kept in the Ye family's martial pavilion. From now on, the Xiong family's martial arts advantage would no longer exist. Whatever the Xiong family had, the Ye family had. Whatever the Ye family had, the Xiong family might not have. Yi Xing didn't sleep the whole night. In the morning, he meditated for 2 hours and didn't feel tired. Today was the day he left Celestial Firmament City with Mu Fengshou. There were 3 people from the Ye family entering the Zishan Academy. Other than Yi Xing, there was also Yi Yunlong and Yi Yundai. The family head, Yi Wendao, personally led the 3 of them to the City Lord Mansion. Among the 10 people from Celestial Firmament City entering the Zishan Academy, other than the 3 from the Ye family, there were 3 from the Wei family. They were Wei Qingxian, Wei Qingyan, and Wei Qingzhou. 1 from the City Lord's Mansion was Gu Yijian. 2 from the Xiong family were Xiong Qikai and Xiong Qiyu. The last one was an ordinary family disciple, Zhao Chong. Originally, the 2 from the Xiong family were supposed to be Xiong Qifeng and Xiong Qikai. However, Xiong Qifeng was crippled by Yi Xing. The 10 juniors gathered together and separated into small groups. The juniors of the Yi clan and Xiong clan were the furthest apart and looked at each other with hatred. Wei Qingxian, Yi Xing. Yi Xing smiled. Yi Yunlong, Wei Qingyan, and the other juniors of the Yi and Wei families all smiled knowingly. They could see that the relationship between Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian was not ordinary. Mu Feng. The City Lord's Mansion had already arranged a beast carriage for the 10 Zishan Academy students. As for Mu Feng, he had his own beast carriage, which was of a higher grade than the one in the City Lord's Mansion. The beast carriage of the City Lord's Mansion was pulled by mid-level vicious beasts, while Mu Feng's beast carriage was pulled by high-level vicious beasts. The decorations on the carriage were naturally more luxurious. Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian, you 2 come with me. Mu Feng instructed before boarding the carriage. Thus, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian followed Mu Feng and sat in the front carriage, while the other 8 juniors sat in the back carriage. Before Yi Xing boarded the carriage, he scanned the carriage driver and found that he was a 7th-level martial Dao master. He couldn't help but secretly exclaim, the Zishan Marquis Mansion was indeed extraordinary. Even the carriage driver was a martial Dao master. On the contrary, the carriage driver of the City Lord's Mansion was much inferior. He was only a 5th-level martial Dao master. Yi Xing remembered that when he went from Qingye Village to the main Ye family in Azure Sky City, he rode a horse carriage and the carriage driver was a 3rd-level martial disciple. Qingye Village's Ye family, the City Lord's Mansion, and the Zishan Marquis Mansion were 3 different forces. The difference between them could be seen clearly just by looking at the transportation and carriage drivers. The distance between Azure Sky City and Azure Sky City was very far. It was at least 5 times the distance between Qingye Village and Azure Sky City. If they rode a horse carriage, it would take 5 days, but if they rode a beast carriage, it would only take a day and a half. This was because the City Lord's Mansion's beast carriage was only pulled by mid-level vicious beasts, which slowed down the speed. If it was only the Zishan Marquis Mansion's beast carriage, it would take less than a day to reach Azure Sky City from Azure Sky City to Azure Sky City. The Zishan Marquis Mansion's beast carriage was luxuriously decorated. Yi Xing and the other 2 sat inside, and the space seemed very spacious. Mu Feng asked the 2 of them, what are your dreams? After he finished speaking, he looked at Yi Xing first. Yi Xing himself had thought about this question countless times. He said, I want to become an expert and become a martial saint. I want to stand at the peak of the martial path and take a look. Wei Qingxian nodded. Me too. Martial saint, the peak of the martial path. Mu Feng smiled faintly, saying, when you reach the Zishan Academy and come into contact with more martial arts knowledge, you will know that the martial path is broad and profound, far beyond your imagination. After a pause, Mu Feng continued, it is a good thing that you have such a pure martial heart. I hope that you can keep it up and not be defeated by reality. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian nodded, their gazes firm. Both of them had a very strong martial heart. Mu Feng felt the youthful vigor from the two and revealed a satisfied smile, saying, Wei Qing Xian, you were able to reach the peak of the 5th level at the age of 14. With such talent, even in the entire Zishan County, no one can compare to you. Your destiny is definitely not low. Yixing's heart trembled. The number of stars in the celestial Azure City's younger generation's destiny was not a secret. However, Yixing had never heard of Wei Qingxuan's destiny before. Wei Qingxian was silent for a moment, then said, Disciple is a 9-star destiny. 9-star destiny? Yixing secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder Wei Qingxuan's cultivation speed was so fast. She was actually a 9-star destiny. The legend of the Ye family's history, Yi Tianjue, was only an 8-star destiny. The monstrous junior of the Xiong family who entered the Zishan Academy's genius class, Xiong Qixing, was also only an 8-star destiny. In the history of Celestial Azure City, no one had ever heard of a 9-star destiny. Mu Feng was not surprised at all, as if Wei Qingxuan's 9-star destiny was a matter of course. Mu Feng said, Your family's blood fate stone's grade is too low. At most, it can only measure a 9-star destiny. Your destiny may not only be 9 stars. Before Wei Qingxian could say anything, Yixing exclaimed, Could it be that the 9-star destiny is not the highest? Mu Feng knew why Yixing's emotions were fluctuating. He chuckled and said, That's right. A 9-star destiny can naturally cultivate to the 9th level of the martial scholar realm. However, if one wants to cultivate to the martial saint realm, one needs luck. However, those with a higher destiny can naturally cultivate to the martial saint realm. For example, Zishan Marquis, he cultivated to the martial saint realm at the age of 17. Yixing and Wei Qingxian sucked in a breath of cold air. A 17-year-old martial saint? The two of them instantly thought of the red-clothed girl they met in the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. She was also 17 or 18 years old. Wasn't she also a martial saint? It seemed that she was the same as Zishan Marquis, possessing a destiny that surpassed the 9-star destiny. Her cultivation process did not have any bottlenecks, and she naturally cultivated to the martial saint realm. Yixing furrowed his brows. He had always thought that a 9-star fate mandate was the highest, which was why his 2-star fate mandate was the worst. Only now did he know that a 9-star fate mandate wasn't the limit, so his 2-star fate mandate was even worse. This made Yixing speechless. The original owner's aptitude was so poor that it angered both man and God. Fortunately, his astrology was extraordinary. Otherwise, his cultivation would be very difficult. Mu Feng noticed a change in Yixing's expression and said, I've heard that you're a 2-star heavens mandate, but don't be discouraged because of this. You killed a 7-stage martial Dao master when you're only at the 5th stage. This battle prowess is unique in the Zishan County. A person's aptitude is not only limited to heaven's mandate, but also the astrology. Hearing Mu Feng talk about astrology, Yixing immediately perked up his ears. His knowledge of astrology was almost zero. He could only rely on his intuition to know that his astrology was extraordinary. Speaking of which, the importance of astrology is not inferior to destiny. In fact, it might even surpass it. However, astrology will only manifest when you sense the power of the stars for the first time. There are very few people who understand astrology, so it's impossible to judge the level of astrology based on the manifested astrology. This information was useless, which made Yixing a little disappointed. However, Mu Feng's next words made Yixing's spirit rise. If you want to know the level of astrology, you have to cultivate to martial saint realm and awaken your astrology. After that, martial saints can use the power of astrology. A martial saint with a powerful astrology is extremely terrifying. Yixing's eyes lit up. After cultivating to martial saint realm, one's astrology would awaken and they would be able to use the power of astrology. He was very confident in his astrology. Therefore, if he became a martial saint, he would definitely be a powerful martial saint. This made Yixing look forward to cultivating to martial saint even more. He secretly decided that he must cultivate to martial saint realm as fast as possible. 1 year, at most 1 year, and I will become a martial saint. Zishan Ho and the red-clothed lady had both become martial saints at a young age. Yixing saw them as his goals. A year later, Yixing became a martial saint at the age of 17. He was about the same age as Zishan Ho and the red-clothed lady. Yixing, your heavenly fate realm is very low, but your cultivation is not slow. It can be seen that your astrology is better than most cultivators. Your battle prowess is extraordinary. If you become a martial saint one day and awaken your astrology, you will definitely amaze the world. Mu Feng stated his judgment of Yixing. He was quite optimistic about Yixing's future. However, he also sighed and said, "It is extremely difficult for a low heavenly fate realm cultivator to become a martial saint. I hope you will have the opportunity." After saying this, Mu Feng stopped talking with the two. He indicated for them to rest, and then closed his eyes and sat down. Yixing and Wei Qingxian exchanged glances. They could see the admiration and encouragement in each other's eyes. They even seemed to have an unspoken agreement to become strong together and become martial saints. After that, the two also closed their eyes and rested. Yixing did not stay idle. A simulated human figure appeared in his superbrain, and he started to cultivate the martial techniques he had learned in the Xiong family's martial pavilion yesterday. Yixing had a feeling that the more martial techniques he cultivated, the more he understood them. Then his attainments in martial techniques would be higher, and it would be easier for him to cultivate to the martial saint realm. The journey was peaceful. At noon the next day, Yixing and the others arrived at Zishan County City and headed straight for Zishan Academy. Forcefully promote. Why is there no improvement in the recommendation votes? Chocolate cried and begged his brothers and sisters for a recommendation vote. Can he make it to the top? Chapter 90. The Indigo Mountain Academy was located 3 miles east of the Indigo County City. Every 3 years, the Indigo Mountain Academy would recruit a new batch of students, and these students would study in the Indigo Mountain Academy for 6 years. Every batch would be divided into 11 classes, 10 ordinary classes, and 1 genius class. Each class had 70 students, and there were no changes. After graduating, the students would return to their hometowns. Those who performed well could work in the Indigo Mountain Academy or be recruited into the Indigo Marquee Manor. Yixing's batch of students who entered the academy were elementary students. The previous batch's students were automatically promoted to advanced students, and the previous batch's advanced students would graduate and leave. Mu Feng sent Yixing's group to the Indigo Mountain Academy, and there were naturally people from the academy to receive them. Yixing, you're a 2-star heavenly fate realm, and you'll be criticized in the genius class. The Indigo Mountain Academy isn't like other places, so you have to be patient and don't be arrogant. There's no need to pay attention to the rumors. Before Mu Feng left, he reminded Yixing, however, I'm not asking you to be a coward. A cultivator's dignity cannot be sullied, and the academy has its own rules. If someone breaks the rules to deal with you, feel free to retaliate. Your potential will definitely attract the attention of the Indigo Marquee, and if you're treated unfairly, the Marquee will not sit idly by. Many thanks, Master Mu. Yixing cupped his fists, feeling grateful in his heart. Mu Feng's job was to recruit students from Azure Sky City and escort them to the Indigo Mountain Academy. Now that his job was done, he naturally left. The 10 people from Azure Sky City were divided into 2 groups. Yi Yunlong and 8 other ordinary class students were brought away by a 7th-level martial Bowmaster. As for Yixing and Wei Qingxian, they were brought away by an 8th-level martial Bowmaster. Both of them were deacons of the academy, responsible for the discipline of the students. The 7th-level martial Bowmaster was the ordinary class deacon, and the 8th-level martial Bowmaster was the deacon of the Tiandu class. In the Indigo Mountain Academy, other than deacons, there were teachers, and they were 1 level higher than deacons. The deacons of the ordinary class were 7th-level martial Bowmasters. while the teachers were 8th level martial Dao masters. The deacons of the genius class were 8th level martial Dao masters, while the teachers were 9th level martial Dao masters. A portion of the upper management of the academy were teachers from the genius class. There were also a few who weren't in charge of teaching. They were the vice deans, and they were the highest level of the academy. Of course, strictly speaking, the highest authority should be Zishan Ho, because he was the dean of the Purple Mountain Academy. However, Zishan Ho rarely interfered with the affairs of the academy, so the ones in charge were the vice deans. Yixing, this is your student identity card. The number on it is your seat number in class and your room number. Wei Qingxian, this is yours. The Grand Master Deacon brought Yixing and Wei Qingxian to the front of a building and gave each of them a card. Both of their cards had the words Genius Class written on the front and different numbers on the back. One was 46 and the other was 47. There were a total of 70 people in the gifted class, so this card was definitely given out according to the order of registration. Those who were from the county capital would definitely be the first to arrive. Those 30 people would definitely be the first 30. As for the other cities, whoever arrived first would receive the card with a higher number. Yixing and Wei Qingxian didn't arrive too late. It could be seen that Tiansong City wasn't the furthest from the county capital. There were some cities even further away. The dormitories of the common class were 4 people sharing a room, while the genius class dormitories were 1 person per room. Therefore, the dormitories of the genius class didn't discriminate between males and females. Yixing was in room 46, while Wei Qingxian was in room 67. They should be next to each other. Your rooms are protected by a formation. Your identity card is the key to open the door. Today is the registration day. Go back to your rooms and rest. The Grand Master Deacon instructed the 2 of them and left. Yixing looked at the building in front of him. It was divided into 7 floors, and each floor had 10 rooms. On the opposite side of this building, there was another building that was almost identical except for the color. Each floor had 10 rooms, and there were 7 floors in total. Academy, tall building. This made Yixing sigh with emotion. He thought of his student days on Earth. However, the tall building in front of him had a strong ancient style and didn't have the slightest hint of modernity. It didn't give Yixing the wrong impression, and he quickly put away his emotions. Everything in the past was already a distant memory. The world he was in now was the most important. I wonder what this martial arts academy is like. Yixing thought to himself with a faint smile on his face. No matter what, he had already become a student of the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class. He was in a good mood today. Let's go up. Wei Qingxuan's voice came from the side. Yixing nodded, and the 2 of them walked up to the dormitory. The 2 of them walked to the staircase. Just as they were about to go up, the sound of hooves came from afar. Stop! A cold shout came. Yixing and Wei Qingxian turned around and saw several people in the distance. They were all young people around 18 or 19 years old. They were riding demon horses that were half the size of ordinary horses and were rushing towards them. The speed of these demon horses was very fast. They rushed to the front of the 2 in a few breaths. Some of them slowed down, but one of them didn't slow down and continued to rush towards Yixing and Wei Qingxian. Yixing's eyes narrowed. The person on the horse had a murderous intent towards him. The demon horse was tall and was a mid-level vicious beast. It rushed over with an intimidating aura. It was extremely frightening. Wei Qingxian was affected and couldn't help but take half a step back. At this time, Yixing took a step forward and blocked in front of Wei Qingxian. His expression didn't change. As a student of the Purple Mountain Academy, he was very sure that no one would dare to directly ride a horse and injure him. Hiss! Sure enough, when the demon horse was a meter away from him, the person on the horse pulled the reins. The demon horse let out a long neigh and instantly stood up. After 2 breaths, the demon horse raised its 2 front hooves and stomped on the ground in front of Yixing. It made a loud thud. The horse's head was a foot in front of Yixing. The hot breath from the horse's nose directly rushed to Yixing's face, but Yixing's expression didn't change. He wasn't afraid at all. Yixing had his super brain scanning. If the demonic horse didn't stop, He was confident that he could take Wei Qingxian away the moment it crashed into them. But if the demonic horse stopped, he calculated that the demonic horse couldn't hurt him. Of course, he wasn't scared at all. The young man on the horse was the youngest among them. He shouldn't be more than 19 years old. Yixing's expression didn't change. He was slightly surprised, but it was immediately replaced by a fierce look. He glared at Yixing. His voice was cold and filled with killing intent. He shouted, "You're Yixing?" Yixing nodded slightly. He looked at the man on the horse and said, "You're Xiong Qixing?" Yixing didn't know anyone in the Purple Mountain Academy, but this person looked at him with killing intent. It was obvious that he had a death grudge with him. It could only be Xiong Qixing. Xiong Qixing had a good relationship in the Purple Mountain Academy. When the younger generation from Azure Sky City arrived, he received the news. Then, he rushed to the genius class dormitory. When Yixing and Wei Qingxian went upstairs, he just arrived. Xiong Qixing glared at Yixing and said, "Little bastard, I finally see you. What you did to my Xiong family, I will return it to you tenfold. I will make you die without a burial place." Facing Xiong Qixing's threat, Yixing smiled indifferently and said, "Little bastard, who are you scolding?" Xiong Qixing shouted, "Little bastard scolding you." Just as he finished speaking, Xiong Qixing felt that something was wrong. Yixing was already holding his stomach and laughing. "Little bastard scolding me, huh?" Wei Qingxian, who was behind Yixing, couldn't help but let out a bell-like laughter. As for the other young people on the back of the demon horses, they held back their laughter and didn't dare to laugh out loud. Xiong Qixing's imposing aura was completely dispersed by Yixing's laughter. Xiong Qixing, who was on the horse, no longer felt high and mighty. Instead, he felt like a clown. This made Xiong Qixing extremely angry. He snorted and said, "Laugh all you want. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel in front of me and cry." Yixing also sneered and said disdainfully, "With just you?" Xiong Qixing's eyes were cold. He said, "You dare to look down on me?" Facing Xiong Qixing's oppressive aura, Yixing was like a spring breeze. His expression was normal, and he still looked disdainful. "You've been in the Zishan Academy for 3 years, and you're only at the 7th level of cultivation. May I ask, are you worthy of my respect?" Xiong Qixing shouted angrily, "Since you look down on me so much, do you dare to fight with me on the life and death arena?" Yixing was surprised. Xiong Qixing looked reckless, but he was actually quite scheming. His method of pretending to be angry was also a form of provocation. The life and death arena was a place where life and death would be determined as soon as one stepped on it. Xiong Qixing obviously wanted to provoke Yixing into going on the life and death arena. At that time, Yixing's life would be in his hands. However, Xiong Qixing underestimated Yixing too much. Yixing's heart was clear, so how could he be provoked by him? Just as he was about to speak, he felt his palm warm. It was grabbed by a warm and soft hand. Yixing turned his head and saw Wei Qingxian shaking her head at him. At the same time, she withdrew her warm and soft hand. Clearly, she was reminding Yixing not to be provoked by Xiong Qixing. Yixing nodded and smiled at Wei Qingxian. He turned around and said, "Xiong Qixing, you're a student of the advanced genius class. Don't you feel ashamed to challenge me, a student of the elementary genius class who just entered the academy, to the life and death arena? If I were you, I'd directly buy a piece of tofu and kill myself." Yixing's words caused Xiong Qixing's expression to become even more gloomy. Without waiting for Xiong Qixing to speak again, Yixing laughed lightly and said disdainfully, "However, I really do look down on you. I've entered Zishan Academy for 3 months. In 3 months' time, I'll beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground. You won't be able to tell north from south." Xiong Qixing's eyes narrowed. He said coldly, "Fine, I'll wait for you for 3 months. I like to see who's looking for their teeth on the ground after 3 months, and who's the one who won't be able to tell north from south. Go." Xiong Qixing waved to the others and immediately urged his horse to leave. However, after only 30 meters, Xiong Qixing reined in his horse and stopped. He turned around and looked at Yixing. His gaze was disdainful. Genius class student? Ha! You're not worthy, and you're not. Then, Xiong Qixing laughed loudly and urged his horse to leave. He disappeared from Yixing's and Wei Qingxuan's sight. There's a third update tonight. I'm crying for a recommendation vote. Brothers, what do you think of Wei Qingxuan's portrait? I think it's super beautiful. I'm very satisfied. Follow Lord Chocolate. Everyone, Wei, male, EK Chocolate. You can receive portraits of the various characters of the Arrow God from the publishing house. Chapter 91. Xiong Qixing is famous in Azure Sky City, but in reality, he's only a so-so. Wei Qingxian commented as she watched Xiong Qixing's departing figure. 3 years ago, Wei Qingxian was only an 11-year-old girl, while Xiong Qixing was a 15-year-old genius, a proud son of heaven in Azure Sky City. At that time, Wei Qingxian had just started cultivating and had never met Xiong Qixing. She had only heard of Xiong Qixing's fame. Although he was only 15 years old, all the juniors in Azure Sky City under the age of 25 could not raise their heads. Therefore, to Wei Qingxian at that time, Xiong Qixing was a high and mighty existence. Even when Wei Qingxian rose to prominence in Celestial Azure City, and all the cultivators said that she was more talented than Xiong Qixing, she didn't have the slightest intention of belittling Xiong Qixing. However, the current Wei Qingxian, through the conversation with Mu Feng on the way, had broadened her horizons. When she saw Xiong Qixing again, she no longer had the feeling of looking up to him. She felt that Xiong Qixing was ordinary and nothing more. Yixing, on the other hand, had long set the martial saint realm as his goal. From the beginning, he did not think that Xiong Qixing was amazing. Now, he naturally did not put him in his eyes. He would soon step into the 6th stage of the martial Dao, while Xiong Qixing had not stepped into the 8th stage of the martial Dao. It would not be difficult to catch up to him. However, what puzzled Yixing was that when Xiong Qixing left, he said that he was not worthy and was not a student of the gifted class. What did that mean? Wei Qingxian was also not clear about this point. The two of them went upstairs. Rooms 46 and 47 were right next to each other. The two of them smiled at each other and used their identity cards to open the door. Then, they entered their respective rooms. Yixing had learned a lot of martial arts from the Xiong family. He needed time to practice and integrate them. After entering the room, he continued to use his super brain to simulate a human form to practice. The first day of entering the academy passed peacefully. The next day, Yixing finally understood what Xiong Qixing meant when he left. That was because the people in charge of recruiting students in the various cities didn't limit the number of people they could recruit. If they found someone good, they would accept them. If they didn't, they wouldn't accept a single one. It just so happened that there were more talented juniors in this batch. The number of students in the genius class had exceeded the quota of 70, reaching 76. In other words, there were 6 more spots. This kind of situation had happened before. That was because Zishan Academy's genius class had a fixed quota of 70 people. Therefore, if there were more than 70 people in the genius class, a few more would be eliminated and transferred to the ordinary class. Similarly, if there were less than 70 spots, it would mean that there were too many spots in the ordinary class. Then, a few outstanding students from the ordinary class would be promoted to the genius class. This way, the ordinary class and the genius class would always remain at 770 spots. Yuan Dao had entered Zishan Academy before. He had told Yixing that if the number of students in the genius class exceeded the quota, the weakest few would be eliminated. Most of the students who were recruited into the genius class were in the 6th rank. A small portion of them were in the 5th rank. Therefore, Yixing couldn't be eliminated based on strength. However, the elimination rules had changed this time. This batch of students in the genius class exceeded the quota by 6. Among you, 6 of you will be eliminated from the genius class and transferred to the ordinary class. Mo Xiao Song, a 9th stage martial scholar and the teacher of Zishan Academy's junior genius class, stood in front of all the students and said with a serious expression, "I heard that the reason why the quota exceeded the quota this time was because some of the students with ordinary or even poor aptitudes used their connections to enter the genius class to fish in troubled waters. The Academy is determined to crack down on such people. Therefore, those with low heavenly fate and poor aptitudes will be eliminated first. As he spoke, Mo Xiao Cong's gaze swept across the students in the genius class. His gaze paused on Yi Xing for a moment. Beside Mo Xiao Cong, Xiong Qixing was also looking at Yi Xing with a face full of smiles. At this moment, how could Yi Xing not understand that Xiong Qixing's method of eliminating people based on heavenly fate and not strength? Xiong Qixing's master was one of the vice principals of Zishan Academy. He did have some ability in the academy. The master-disciple relationship was much closer than the teacher-student relationship. Perhaps the vice principal didn't need to personally make an appearance. Just the fact that Xiong Qixing was the vice principal's personal disciple was enough to make the teacher change a little. Yi Xing's expression didn't change, but anger had already risen in his heart. The difference between the gifted class and the ordinary class wasn't just in name. There was also a huge difference in the treatment they received. The ordinary class was taught by an 8th-stage martial scholar, while the genius class was taught by a 9th-stage martial scholar. Obviously, the 9th-stage martial scholar had a deeper understanding of martial arts and taught better. However, Yi Xing didn't care about this. He was better than any teacher. But there was another difference that made Yi Xing's heart ache. The students of the ordinary class could receive 1 high-grade star accumulating pill per month, while the students of the genius class could receive 2-star accumulating pills per month. The importance of the star accumulating pill was needless to say. It was directly linked to a cultivator's cultivation. Naturally, the more one had, the faster one's cultivation would be. If he was eliminated from the genius class, the number of high-grade star accumulating pills he could receive would be reduced by half. How could he not be angry? Although he knew that the other party was deliberately targeting him, it was related to his interests. Yi Xing had to argue and said, "Teacher Mo, I heard that the school's previous rule is to eliminate people based on their strength." Mo Xiaocong nodded with a smile and said, "This student is right. Aptitude is important, but so is strength. So, if a student is eliminated because of a low heaven's fate, he can prove his strength if he thinks he is strong." Speaking of this, Mo Xiaocong introduced Xiong Qixing next to him. This is Xiong Qixing, a student of the advanced genius class. He will test the strength of the eliminated students. If Xiong Qixing thinks his strength is qualified, he can continue to join the genius class. Next to him, Xiong Qixing nodded with a smile, but his eyes were fierce, constantly sweeping over Yi Xing F***CK. Yi Xing suddenly clenched his fists. His heart was burning with anger. He was not joining the advanced genius class. How could he compete with Xiong Qixing? Yi Xing understood that not only did the other party want to force him out of the genius class, but he also wanted to give him no room to resist. If Yi Xing insisted that he was strong and should not be eliminated, then he would have to fight with Xiong Qixing. Xiong Qixing's cultivation was at the peak of 7th stage, and Yi Xing had not stepped into the 6th stage of martial path. Even if he had a bow and arrow, it would be difficult for him to be Xiong Qixing's opponent. Moreover, in a battle of strength, how could Yi Xing be allowed to use a bow and arrow? Therefore, once they fought, not only would Yi Xing not be able to enter the genius class, he would also die miserably. Wei Qingxian was standing next to Yi Xing. She naturally heard that this elimination plan was targeted at Yi Xing. Seeing Yi Xing clenching his fists and his shoulders trembling, it was obvious that he was extremely angry. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Yi Xing, bear with it for now. After this, go to the Zishan Marquis residence and tell Grandmaster Mu Feng about this. Grandmaster Mu Feng will not sit idly by. Wei Qingshuan's soft hand held Yi Xing's fist and whispered in Yi Xing's ear. Feeling the softness on the back of his hand, Yi Xing's heart stirred, and his anger immediately dissipated. For some reason, perhaps because he was emotional, Wei Qingshuan's warm and soft hand made Yi Xing feel at ease. Yi Xing loosened his fist and naturally grabbed Wei Qingxuan's slender hand. This made the anger in Yi Xing's heart completely dissipate. This made Yi Xing understand that when a person was angry, they needed someone close to them to accompany them. Yi Xing did not look at Wei Qingxian, and Wei Qingxian did not look at Yi Xing either. However, when the two of them held hands, neither of them flinched, appearing very natural. At this moment, an indescribable feeling spread in the hearts of the two of them. When Xiong Qixing saw Yi Xing and Wei Qingxuan's actions, the corners of his eyes twitched, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. In the letter that Xiong Baodian gave him, not only did he want him to deal with Yi Xing, but he also wanted him to be on good terms with Wei Qingxian and marry Wei Qingxian in the future. In Xiong Qixing's eyes, Wei Qingxian was already his woman. At this moment, when he saw Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian holding hands, how could he not be angry in his heart? Little bastard, forcing you into the ordinary class is only the first step. I will force you into a dead-end step by step. In Celestial Azure City, you are full of glory, but in the Purple Mountain Academy, in front of me, Xiong Qixing, you are just an ant at my mercy. Xiong Qixing narrowed his eyes as he viciously thought in his heart. Under Mo Xiaozong's supervision, the students in the genius class tested their heavenly fate one by one. Most of them were 7-star heavenly fate, but there were also some who were 8-star and 6-star heavenly fate. When it was Yi Xing's turn, he was only a 2-star heavenly fate, which immediately caused a burst of laughter. Those who were able to enter the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class were all geniuses of their city. Among these geniuses, there were only a few 6-star heavenly fate, and they belonged to the bottom. Yi Xing's 2-star heavenly fate was even more conspicuous. This 2-star heavenly fate dared to talk about strength earlier. Teacher Mo said that he was the one who relied on the Marquis Manor's connections to enter the genius class. That's him, right? Haha, what a joke. Many students in the genius class mocked Yi Xing. Most of them were 8-star heavenly fate, and some were 7-star heavenly fate. They thought that they were peerless geniuses and were ashamed to be in the same class as a 2-star heavenly fate. Even though there were heaven-defying geniuses among low-level heaven's mandate cultivators, the proportion was too small. Not even 1 in 10,000 would be able to rise. Thus, all the geniuses mocked Yi Xing for being a 2-star heaven's mandate. Wei Qingxian unhappily walked out and said, "You're mocking Yi Xing's low heavenly fate. Do you think that you're a peerless genius? There's always a taller mountain. How can true talent be judged by heavenly fate alone? Moreover, even if we're talking about heavenly fate, you're only SOSO. What qualifications do you have to mock others?" Wei Qingxian was protecting Yi Xing, so she couldn't help but change the way she addressed him. This was also the reason why their relationship was getting closer. An 8-star genius saw that Wei Qingxian was with Yi Xing and instinctively said with disdain, "You're too arrogant. A mere 2-star heavenly fate is thousands of miles away from us. Why can't we mock you? You keep saying that we don't have talent, but how many stars do you have?" Chapter 92. That's right. Who do you think you are? How many stars do you have? Being in the same team as a 2-star heavenly mandate, he should also be a piece of trash. What right does he have to criticize us? The 8-star Destiny Realm cultivators who had just mocked Yi Xing also mocked him one after another. Yi Xing was already immune to the mockery of others. He wasn't angry at all, and his expression was normal. However, at this moment, Yi Xing's face revealed a strange expression. It was one thing for these genius students to mock him, but they actually wanted to mock Wei Qingxian. This time, their faces would probably be slapped swollen. When had Wei Qingxian ever been called a piece of trash? Her face immediately turned pale as she placed her hand on the Blood Life Stone. In an instant, the Blood Life Stone glowed and the 9-star slots lit up one after another. The students immediately stopped mocking him. Previously, no one had ever been able to make the Blood Life Stone glow so brightly or make the star slots light up so quickly. Almost in the blink of an eye, 3 lit up. In the next blink, 6 lit up. In the next blink, 9 lit up. All 9-star slots were lit up. 9-star destiny. Apart from Yi Xing, who already knew this would happen, all the cultivators present were shocked and dumbfounded. A 9-star destiny realm cultivator could cultivate to the 9th stage of the martial path. Basically, they could become a grandmaster before the age of 20, which was a level higher than an 8-star destiny realm cultivator. Even though the Violet Mountain Academy was known as the cradle of geniuses, it was rare for a 9-star Heaven's Mandate to appear in each batch. With a higher Fate Star, one's future achievements would be one level higher. Although it was not absolute, it could be said to be absolute. Among 10,000 people, at least 9,999 would be like this. Only the other 1 in 10,000 would be able to surpass those with a higher destiny through luck and fortune. Those with a higher destiny than him were almost negligible. The 8-star destiny students who mocked Wei Qingxian earlier felt their faces burning. If she was trash, then they were trash among trash. Wei Qingxian recalled what Mu Feng had said. Her heavenly fate might not be limited to 9 stars. Hence, she did not move her hand away when all 9-star slots were lit up. The red light in the 9-star slots of the Blood Life Stone became more and more intense and dazzling. However, there were no other changes. He didn't know if it was because the Blood Fate Stone's grade was too low and couldn't determine a fate beyond 9 stars, or if Wei Qingxuan's fate was only 9 stars. Even if Wei Qingxian was only a 9-star Heaven's Mandate, one could tell from the blinding light that her aptitude might be higher than ordinary 9-star Heaven's Mandates. Looking at the dazzling red light, the hearts of the students changed, and they looked up to Wei Qingxian. From this moment onwards, Wei Qingxian became a popular figure in the junior gifted class. Although Wei Qingxuan's face was covered with a veil and the students couldn't see her face, they automatically imagined Wei Qingxian to be a peerless beauty. The female students were naturally envious and jealous, while the male students were all over the moon and treated Wei Qingxian as their goddess. Wei Qingxuan's 9-star Heaven's Mandate shocked Xiong Qixing too. He stared blankly, which made him even more confident. She's mine. She's mine. I must make her my woman. As for Mo Xiao Song, when he saw the powerful red light, his eyes flashed with shock as he thought of an even more shocking result. Seeing that there were no other changes to the Blood Life Stone, Wei Qingxian lowered her hand in disappointment. Wei Qingxian didn't rush back to the students. Instead, she said to Mo Xiao Song, "Teacher Mo, although I'm a 9-star Heaven's Mandate and my cultivation is higher than Yi Xing's, my strength can't compare to Yi Xing's. Yi Xing's future won't be below mine either. Why can't he be in the gifted class?" This, Mo Xiaosong wanted to refute, but he hesitated when he thought of Wei Qingxuan's aptitude. Mo Xiaosong used to be the top genius of the Indigo Mountain Academy's gifted class. After graduating, he stayed in the academy to work. First, he was a deacon of the gifted class. Later, he broke through to the 9th level and became a teacher of the gifted class. Other than the vice principals, he was also a top figure in the Indigo Mountain Academy. If Wei Qingxian was also a 9-star Heaven's Mandate, he naturally wouldn't hesitate. However, he knew that the Blood Life Stone was of the lowest grade and couldn't test a higher mandate. After Wei Qingxian was tested as a 9-star Heaven's Mandate, the bright red light it emitted was much stronger than his. This made Mo Xiaocong wonder if Wei Qingxuan's mandate had surpassed the 9-star Heaven's Mandate and reached the Martial Saint Heaven's Mandate. If that was the case, then Wei Qingxian was a future Martial Saint. This made Mo Xiaocong apprehensive. Mo Xiaocong had his misgivings, but Xiong Qixing had no misgivings. He already regarded Wei Qingxian as his woman. How could he let Yi Xing stay in the gifted class? Naturally, he wanted to trample Yi Xing to death and completely cut off Wei Qingxuan's thoughts. Xiong Qixing said, "Junior Qingxian, you're wrong. You're a 9-star Heaven's Mandate and your future is bright. He's only a 2-star Heaven's Mandate. Even if he has some good fortune and his strength is greater than yours now, how can he compare to you in the future?" Xiong Qixing said with a smile. He glanced at the other students and continued. Let alone you, junior sister apprentice Qing Xian. Even the other juniors are not comparable to that trash. The students of the gifted class can at least become martial down masters in the future. But he? Xiong Qixing's gaze fell on Yixing, and his tone became extremely disdainful. Once you've had a fortuitous encounter, it's hard for you to have it a second time. How can you be blessed with providence every time? If he's really lucky and can become a martial down master in the future, then he could be accepted into the gifted class. But now, he can't be placed in the gifted class just based on his current strength. He doesn't have that qualification. Xiong Qixing's tone became gloomy. His eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed. He stared at Yixing like a vicious snake and let out a sneer. Hee. Unless he can pass my test, then his trash aptitude can be ignored and he can continue to be a student of the gifted class. Yixing, do you have the guts to let me test your strength? Everyone looked at Yixing. They could tell from Xiong Qixing's tone that Xiong Qixing was targeting Yixing. If Yixing dared to accept the challenge, he would definitely be beaten up badly. Xiong Qixing tried his best to make Yixing take the initiative to fight with him, but Yixing wouldn't fall for it. He smiled indifferently and said, I'd better go to the ordinary class. But don't worry, even if I'm in the ordinary class, it'll be easy for me to beat you in 3 months. Yixing wasn't afraid of making a big deal out of it. Only a few people knew about the 3-month agreement yesterday, but today, he wanted everyone to know. Didn't you want to step on me? Then I'll step on you to death. A student of the elite class, an 8-star Heaven's Mandate Realm genius, was defeated by a new student who just entered the academy for 3 months. Let's see where you'll put your face at that time. You forced me to go to the ordinary class. When the time comes, the ordinary class new student will defeat you in 3 months. It'll only make you look more like a failure. Yixing thought in his heart. He didn't have the thought of going to the Marquis's mansion to report this matter to Grandmaster Mu Feng. If he needed to find connections and rely on others to solve a small problem, it would only prove his incompetence. So what if he was in the ordinary class? Although it was less than half of the star accumulating pill, Yixing believed that he wouldn't stay in the ordinary class for long. When he defeated Xiong Qixing in front of everyone, the academy would invite him back to the elite class. Otherwise, if a student from the ordinary class was above the elite class, everyone would say that the academy was blind. Yixing didn't accept the challenge, which made Xiong Qixing very depressed. As a student of the elite class, he couldn't deal with Yixing for no reason. If he did, he would be cursed as a senior bullying a junior. The Indigo Mountain Academy was very particular about its reputation. Therefore, without a suitable excuse, he really couldn't harm Yixing's life. He could only suppress Yixing, but at most, he could only force Yixing to go to the ordinary class. He couldn't force Yixing to drop out because he didn't have that ability. Soon, all the students finished testing their heavenly fate. Apart from Yixing, the lowest heavenly fate was 9 6-star heavenly fate. Among them, there were naturally 5 unlucky people who were picked out and assigned to the ordinary class along with Yixing. Because in order to prove their strength, they needed to fight Xiong Qixing. Those 5 unlucky people didn't dare to challenge a senior from the elite class. Their names were confirmed. After handing over his elite class identity card, Yixing received his ordinary class identity card. His number was Ordinary Class 10, Room 175. Yixing, go find Grandmaster Mu. Grandmaster Mu will definitely uphold justice for you. Wei Qingxian was very indignant about this. Yixing patted her shoulder and said, There's no need to trouble Grandmaster Mu with such a small matter. I can handle it myself. Just watch. It won't be long before the academy takes the initiative to invite me back to the elite class. Yixing and the 5 6-star heavenly fate were sent to the ordinary class's dormitory by the academy's deacon. On the way, Xiong Qixing caught up and called Yixing to the side. He whispered, Trash, when you're in the ordinary class, I'll have plenty of chances to kill you. Yixing's eyes were like knives as he stared at Xiong Qixing with a look of contempt. Bring it on. If you can't kill me, 3 months later, I'll make you the biggest joke of the Purple Mountain Academy. At that time, let's see if you still have the face to live in this world. Xiong Qixing's eyes were cold as he said, "Do you think you can still live for 3 months?" Hee. So what if you can live for 3 months? It won't be long before I step into the 8th stage of the martial Tao and become a martial scholar. At that time, we'll see who lives and who dies. With that, Xiong Qixing turned to leave. But suddenly, he thought of something and turned back to continue speaking. When I become an 8th stage martial scholar, I'll ask my master for a marriage between me and Wei Qingxian. Hee. You should know that my master is the vice principal Wang. If the vice principal wants a marriage, who dares to disobey? Only one place away from the overall ranking. Brothers, every vote has the chance to send the archer god to the overall ranking. Please recommend it. In addition, Qi Yin is making a list of the best works of 2014. You can vote for the Archer God on the Archer God's homepage. The Archer God was released on the 11th of November, 2014. Naturally, it's a work of 2014. Hee. If you think the Archer God is good, please vote for it. Chapter 93. As Xiong Qixing left, Yixing's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous glint. Yixing really wanted to kill Xiong Qixing. If he had the chance, he would not let it go. The deacons did not care about the conflicts between students. They would only intervene if a fight broke out in front of them. Naturally, they did not interfere with Yixing and Xiong Qixing. When Yixing returned, the deacons sent the 6 of them to the ordinary class dormitory and left. The ordinary class had already been allocated to different classes and dormitories, so the 6 people who came later were all allocated to ordinary class 10. 2 of them were in dormitory 174, and 4 were in dormitory 175. The other 3 who were allocated to dormitory 175 with E-Crossing were Wu Yuan, Massachusetts Bo, and Yedong. The 3 of them were young, about the same age as Yixing. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo's cultivation were at the mid-6th level, while Niedong was at the peak of the 6th level. In terms of destiny and cultivation, the 3 of them were on par with Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng. However, the 3 of them were 1 year younger than Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng, so their potential was greater. They were recruited into the genius class by the Marquis residence, who was in charge of recruiting students. Yixing had just entered the dormitory when he suddenly felt a gust of wind at the back of his head. Niedong, who was walking behind Yixing, suddenly attacked and threw a punch at the back of Yixing's head. Niedong had been at the peak of the 6th level for a longer time than Xiong Qifeng. His cultivation was more stable, and his inner force was more vigorous. The power of his punch was terrifying. Although Yixing had perfected the bronze tactic, he had not mastered the iron head technique. The back of his head would definitely not be able to withstand this punch. Niedong's punch came extremely quickly, and it was beyond Yixing's expectations. However, Yixing's reaction was extremely fast, and he immediately stepped into the Big Dipper. Stage of transformation, 7-star step. Just as Niedong's fist was about to land on the back of Yixing's head, Yixing's body transformed into a series of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he dashed forward and appeared on the other side of the dormitory, dodging the punch. "You dare to sneak attack me?" Yixing's eyes were like swords as he stared at Niedong and shouted. If his 7-star steps hadn't reached perfection, he definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge that punch. If the opponent's sneak attack had been ordered by Xiong Qixing, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If a high-ranked student bullied a low-ranked student, it would affect the academy's reputation, and the academy would punish them severely. However, fights between freshmen were common, and there was nothing they could do about it. Geniuses of a younger generation were proud and arrogant. When geniuses from different places gathered together, it was very normal for fights to break out. If one were to accidentally injure the other party in a fight, although they would be punished by the academy, it would be relatively light. Flames of anger burned in Yixing's eyes. There was already a ball of fire in his heart, and Niedong's actions had completely ignited it. Moreover, he had no grudge against Niedong. Why would the latter attack him? It was very likely that he had been ordered by Xiong Qixing. This made Yixing even angrier. Niedong was surprised that Yi Xing had dodged the punch. His face was filled with surprise. Coupled with Yi Xing's shout, Niedong's eyes suddenly darted away. A flaw appeared in his heart. However, Niedong's dodging gaze only lasted for a moment. He calmed down and glared at Niedong. That's right. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been kicked out of the gifted class. Today, I'll beat you to death. Behind him, Wu Yuan and Ma Bo walked in and slammed the dormitory door shut. They stood on either side of Niedong and glared at Yi Xing fiercely. Ma Bo sneered. Wu Yuan said, That's right. It's all because of you that we were kicked out of the gifted class. Today, we'll beat you to death. Seeing that the three of them seemed to have made an agreement, Yi Xing sneered in his heart. How could he not understand that the three of them must have been ordered by Xiong Qixing? Otherwise, even if the three of them were dissatisfied with him, they wouldn't have jumped out together to deal with him. LV5 martial artist. Xiong Qixing ordered you to deal with me? Yi Xing's sharp gaze swept across the faces of the three of them. After all, the three of them were young and not too shrewd. When Yi Xing said the truth, their expressions changed slightly. Of course, they knew that this matter couldn't be exposed. They tried their best to hide the panic in their hearts and tried their best to appear angry. What nonsense are you talking about? We don't even know Senior Xiong, Ma Bo said, pretending to be calm. Niedong was obviously the leader of the three. He waved his hand and said, Don't talk nonsense with this trash. Beat him to death. Xiong Qixing had told the three of them that Yi Xing's strength was not weaker than any of them. That was why Niedong had launched a sneak attack on Yi Xing when he entered the dormitory. Since the sneak attack failed, the three of them naturally had to work together to deal with Yi Xing. Xiong Qixing had already told them how to deal with the aftermath after beating Yi Xing to death. They would say that Yi Xing had gone berserk in the dormitory because he was kicked out of the gifted class and wanted to kill people. In order to protect themselves, the three of them had mistakenly killed Yi Xing while resisting. As Niedong spoke, he took out a dagger from his sleeve. The dagger shone with a cold light. Its grade was no lower than the one Yi Xing had obtained from the masked assassin. It was obviously an upper-grade weapon. The three of them attacked at the same time. Niedong used the dagger technique, Wu Yuan used the fist technique, and Ma Bo used the palm technique. All of them were upper-grade martial arts techniques as they attacked Yi Xing. Even though Xiong Qixing had warned them that Yi Xing's strength was not weaker than any of them, the three of them did not think much of Yi Xing. They were the top geniuses in their respective cities and were all level 6 martial artists. In their opinion, it would be easy for the three of them to kill a level 5 martial artist if they worked together. However, they were wrong. Very wrong. Yi Xing, who had used the 7-star steps of the Transcendent Realm, dodged Wu Yuan's fist like a phantom. At the same time, his fists moved and turned into countless fist shadows. It was the upper-grade martial arts technique, Thousand Shadow Fist. Bam, 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 bam. Before Niedong's dagger and Ma Bo's fist landed on Yi Xing, the two of them were hit several times by Yi Xing and were forced to retreat. The two of them vomited blood. They were severely injured, especially Niedong, who was Yi Xing's main target. Niedong even vomited pieces of his internal organs. It was obvious that Yi Xing had hit him hard. This was not a competition in the arena. Yi Xing had no intention of hiding his strength. Once he used the Thousand Shadow Fist, no one under the level 7 could match him, unless the opponent was a martial Dao master. The three of them together were no match for Yi Xing. In one move, Niedong and Ma Bo were both severely injured. Wu Yuan was horrified and quickly retreated. However, the dormitory was only so big. Where could he retreat to? Yi Xing's 7-star steps was so fast that he appeared in front of Wu Yuan in the blink of an eye. The dense fist shadows continued to attack. It was the Thousand Shadow Fist again. Spare me, Wu Yuan screamed. Bang, 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 bang. After a few deep sounds, Wu Yuan was sent flying by Yi Xing. He also vomited blood and was severely injured. In 2 moves, the three of them were completely defeated. They were all injured by Yi Xing. At this time, Ma Bo, who was slightly injured, had already gotten up from the ground and rushed to the door. If the door was open, he could rush out of the dormitory in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, they had locked the door. Before Ma Bo could use his identity card to open the door, Yixing was already behind him. He grabbed his collar and slapped Ma Bo back. With Yixing blocking the door, the other three in the dormitory were like turtles in a jar. At this time, the three of them were no longer arrogant. Only fear and shock remained in their eyes. They never imagined that Yixing's strength had reached such a level. Yixing walked step by step toward the three of them. Niedong supported himself against the wall and stood up. He looked at Yixing with fear and said sternly, "What are you trying to do?" Yixing's eyes were cold. "Didn't Xiong Qixing tell you that I'm very dangerous?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yixing's figure flashed and appeared in front of Niedong. Yixing hit Niedong's mute acupoint and then meridian cutting palm. Niedong's eyes widened. The intense pain in his body almost made his eyeballs pop out. He was sweating profusely. However, with his PU acupoint hit, Niedong could not scream no matter how much pain he was in. He could only see the shock, pain, and fear in his eyes. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo were even more terrified than Niedong. They were about to scream for help when Yixing hit their mute acupoints with 2 fingers. Then, with a cold flash, the dagger in Niedong's hand was snatched away by Yixing. He slit their throats. They immediately felt the sharp aura on their necks, which made their hair stand on end. "Do you want to live or die?" Yixing asked with a smile on his face. Yixing's smile did not make them feel at all friendly. They only felt danger. They nodded repeatedly. Obviously, they wanted to live. Yixing first cut his shoulder with the dagger. Blood immediately flowed out and dyed his clothes red. He hit the wound's acupoint to stop the bleeding. Then, he put Wu Yuan and Ma Bo's hands together and stuffed the dagger into their hands. He glanced at Niedong and said, "Kill him and you'll live. I'll give you 3 breaths. If you don't, he'll live and you'll die." Wu Yuan and Ma Bo shook their heads repeatedly. Their eyes were filled with fear. Yixing looked at the 2 with a smile and started counting. 1, 2. When he said 2, the smile on Yixing's face disappeared. It was replaced by a solemn, killing intent. His gaze also became sharp. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo's hands were trembling. They looked at each other and saw the struggle in each other's eyes. 3. Yixing's voice was cold and indifferent. Whoosh! At this moment, Wu Yuan and Ma Bo felt a terrifying killing intent from Yixing. They did not dare to hesitate. Both of them held their daggers and stabbed Niedong in the heart. Niedong died silently. His eyes were wide open. He clearly did not expect that he would die like this. Seeing Niedong's terrifying gaze, Wu Yuan and Ma Bo retreated at the same time. Their faces were filled with panic and fear. Yixing said from his side, "Ma Bo was kicked out of the gifted class, so he went berserk in the dormitory. He ambushed the 3 of us and tried to kill us. All 3 of us were injured and almost lost our lives. In order to protect ourselves, we had no choice but to resist Niedong and accidentally killed him. Am I right?" Wu Yuan and Ma Bo were like drowning people who grabbed onto a piece of wood. Their eyes lit up and they nodded repeatedly. Chapter 94. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo killing Niedong with their own hands was equivalent to showing their loyalty to Yixing. The 2 of them didn't dare to reveal the truth. Otherwise, Yixing would naturally be punished. However, the 2 of them were the ones who killed Niedong, so their punishment would be even heavier than Yixing's. Their lives might even be in danger. The only way was to agree with Yixing's statement and say that Niedong was possessed by a demon and went berserk in the dormitory. He ambushed them, and they retaliated by mistake. Only then would they be punished lightly by the academy. Yixing unsealed their mute acupoints and said, "What did Xiong Qixing tell you? Tell me everything." Xiong Qixing wasn't just a student of the advanced genius class. He was also an 8-star heavenly mandate genius and the vice principal's disciple. Even now, the 2 of them were still afraid of Xiong Qixing and didn't dare to betray him. Yixing said, "Your lives are still in my hands. Do you think you can live if you don't make things clear?" Wu Yuan and Ma Bo glanced at each other. They both knew that Yixing wasn't someone easy to deal with. Now that their lives were in Yixing's hands, If they didn't make things clear and let him feel at ease, Yixing wouldn't let them off. Xiong wants us to kill you in the dormitory and say that you were expelled from the gifted class and went berserk. You ambushed the three of us in the dormitory. The three of us fought back together and killed you by mistake. This way, we'll only receive a lighter punishment from the academy. After this, Senior Xiong promised to transfer us back to the gifted class as soon as possible. Senior Brother Yi, you know Senior Xiong's connections in the academy. We betrayed him, and he will definitely take revenge. We're willing to follow Senior Brother Ye's lead and ask for your protection. Since they had decided not to listen to Xiong Qixing, they naturally had to stand with Yixing. Moreover, the two of them had witnessed Yixing's terrifying strength and were truly shocked in their hearts. It could be said that they were sincerely convinced of Yixing's strength. They were also very optimistic about Yixing's future. Perhaps in the future, Yixing would really achieve great things, and they would be able to benefit from it. Yixing had little influence in the Purple Mountain Institute. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo were in the same dormitory as him. If he could use them, it would be for the best. Yixing nodded and said, "Since you're on my side, I will naturally not let you be harmed by Xiong Qixing. However, if you want me to trust you, this is not enough. You have to write down what Xiong Qixing said to you, sign it, and give it to me. If you listen to me, this proof of loyalty will never be seen by anyone. Otherwise, you know what will happen. Yes, we will listen to Senior Brother Yi." Although they were still somewhat unwilling in their hearts, since they had made a decision, they naturally could not be half-hearted. They could only write down a true proof of loyalty. The matter of Nie Dong going crazy in the dormitory and sneaking up on Yixing, Wu Yuan, and Ma Bo, only to be mistakenly killed by the three of them, quickly spread throughout the Purple Mountain Institute. A fight between new students, no matter how fierce it was a small matter. However, once a life was lost, it was a big matter. The entire institute was alarmed. Although there were students who died every year in the Purple Mountain Institute, some of them died in fights. This was the first time someone had died on the first day of school. Are you sure what you said is the truth? Nie Dong really went crazy in the dormitory? Sneak attacked you? If there is any falsehood, not only will you be punished for murder, but you will also be punished for bullying your superiors. The teacher in charge of Ordinary Class 10, Cui Haoren, looked sternly at Yixing, Wu Yuan, and Ma Bo as he interrogated them. On the side, there were many other teachers who were eyeing Yixing and the other two like tigers watching their prey. Moreover, there were many students nearby who were watching. Even students from the genius class had rushed over after hearing the news. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo were nervous, but Yixing's expression was calm as he said, Nie Dong was still brooding over being eliminated from the genius class and harbored a grudge against me. As soon as we entered the dormitory, he launched a sneak attack on me. Fortunately, this student dodged quickly and only received a dagger wound on my shoulder. Otherwise, this student would already be a dead man if he slit my throat. Yixing's words were false but true. Thus, he spoke with great confidence and conviction. After that, it was thanks to Wu Yuan and Ma Bo's help that I managed to escape from Nie Dong's hands. However, Nie Dong was too strong. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo couldn't bear to fight to the death at first, and were also heavily injured by Nie Dong. In the end, we could only fight with our lives on the line. Nie Dong couldn't withstand the combined forces of the three of us and was accidentally killed by us in a battle of life and death, resulting in a tragedy. Wu Yuan also nodded and said this student was heavily injured by Nie Dong and was almost stabbed in the heart by his dagger. Fortunately, Senior Brother Yi injured Nie Dong with his pulse-severing palm, and I managed to snatch the dagger back. At that time, I panicked and stabbed forward. At that time, I didn't intend to stab Nie Dong's heart, so this student stopped halfway because Ma Bo continued, because when Nie Dong was injured by Senior Brother Ye's pulse-severing palm, his body paused for a moment, and he was hit by a few punches from me. His body hit the wall and bounced back. Unfortunately, he hit the dagger in Wu Yuan's hand, right at his heart. He died instantly. We wanted to save him, but it was already too late. Naturally, Yixing and the other two had already planned out their excuses. Their words were watertight, and he finally concluded. Nie Dong was our roommate, but he was accidentally killed by the three of us. Although he was the one who injured us first, the three of us still blame ourselves and are willing to accept the Academy's punishment. The wounds on Nie Dong's body and the dagger that pierced his heart were reasonable and without any flaws. Almost everyone believed the three of them. However, there was one person who didn't believe them. Xiong Qixing said loudly, "Liar, they're lying." Nie Dong was deliberately killed by them. Nie Dong and the other two were under Xiong Qixing's orders. When he heard that Nie Dong was dead, he naturally rushed here. Because Nie Dong and the other two were under his orders, his heart was as clear as a mirror. Yi Xing and the other two were lying. In the face of Xiong Qixing's yelling, Yi Xing sneered in his heart and said, "Teacher Cui, I'm telling the truth. However, I'm curious as to why Nie Dong would suddenly go berserk. Could it be that he was under someone's orders to kill the three of us? So he pretended to go berserk so that he could kill us on purpose?" Yi Xing's words immediately shut Xiong Qixing up. If the Academy found out that a senior genius class student had ordered a new student to kill someone on purpose, it would definitely be a big deal. Even if Xiong Qixing's master was the vice dean, it would be difficult for him to escape punishment. However, this alone wouldn't be enough to kill Xiong Qixing. Moreover, Wu Yuan and Ma Bo were Yi Xing's people now. Yi Xing naturally wouldn't reveal this matter. It was enough to just warn Xiong Qixing. Nie Dong's actions were indeed strange, but Cui Haoran didn't want to look into it. Even if Yi Xing was telling the truth, the person who could order Nie Dong to do this was no ordinary person. It wouldn't be good for anyone if this matter was blown out of proportion. Cui Haoran said, "The Academy will investigate this matter. However, no matter what, you will not be able to escape punishment for accidentally killing a fellow student. Yi Xing, Wu Yuan, Ma Bo, you will be punished to clean the library for a month. Are you willing to comply? Clean the library?" Yi Xing was instantly overjoyed. The library of the Zishan Academy should contain martial arts manuals, right? Student obeys. Yi Xing said. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo naturally didn't dare to object. Cui Haoran said, "Well, the library has been cleaned today. From tomorrow onwards, it will be handed over to the three of you for a month. The Academy is clear about rewards and punishments. Students of the ordinary class can receive one upper grade accumulating star pill every month. The other students have already received it. Only the few of you from the gifted class haven't received it yet. Now, each of you can receive one." While speaking, Cui Haoran had already taken out 5 upper grade accumulating star pills. Not only Yi Xing and the other two, but also the 2 students of dormitory 174 who were eliminated from the gifted class had not received it yet. The 2 students walked out of the crowd and received an upper grade accumulating star pill from Cui Haoran along with Yi Xing and the other 2. Yi Xing was overjoyed. Originally, he was about to step into the 6th stage of the martial Dao. With this upper grade accumulating star pill, he would be able to break through immediately. "Yi Xing, my brother died because of you. I want to fight with you on the duel stage." As soon as Yi Xing received the upper grade accumulating star pill, someone in the crowd called out his name and shouted. Yi Xing looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man of about 18 years old coming out of the crowd. The freshmen of the Purple Mountain Academy were generally 15 or 16 years old. There were not many 17 years old. An 18-year-old youth was even rarer. Generally, the students of the advanced class who had been in the academy for 3 years were at this age. For example, Xiong Qixing was now in his early 18 years old. 3 years ago, he entered the Purple Mountain Academy at the age of 15. This person and Nie Dong did not look alike at all. Yi Xing did not realize that he and Nie Dong were brothers. He asked, "Who are you?" "Zhou Jianhong." He is at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial Dao. He is almost the strongest among all the freshmen of the ordinary class. Zhou Jianhong is a member of the Zhou family of the county city. The Zhou family is a martial arts family with a 9th stage grandmaster. How can he be Nie Dong's brother? The crowd immediately exclaimed. Nie Dong came from an ordinary city, while Zhou Jianhong was a descendant of the Zhou family of the county city. It was difficult to connect the two. Although the Purple Mountain Academy had many spots in the county city, there were many martial arts families in the county city. Many of them were Grandmaster or Martial Grandmaster level martial arts families. Their descendants were outstanding, so the competition was fierce. 3 years ago, Zhou Jianhong was only at the 5th stage of the martial Dao and did not get a spot. Now he was at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial Dao. He could be considered one of the strongest students in this cohort. However, he was already 18 years old, so he was too old to enter the gifted class. In the ordinary class, Zhou Jianhong was a tyrant. In just a little over a day, he had already taught 5 students from ordinary cities a lesson. He was famous for his prowess. Zhou Jianhong strode towards Yixing and said, "My mother is a member of the Nie family of Jinshui City. Niedong is my cousin. Although he was mistakenly killed by you, I will still seek justice for him." Yixing did not know whether Niedong was Zhou Jianhong's biological cousin or a distant cousin. In any case, he was not afraid of a fight. Moreover, he was alone in the academy, so he needed a name to intimidate the small fry. Zhou Jianhong's cultivation was very high, so he could use him to make a name for himself. Yixing nodded. "I will fight you." Chapter 95. In the academy, there were 2 types of arenas. One was the duel arena, and the other was the life and death arena. The duel arena determined victory and defeat, while the life and death arena determined life and death. Most of the students fought in the duel arena. Only very few people fought in the life and death arena. Only those with great hatred would fight in the life and death arena. Seeing Yixing agree, Zhou Jianhong laughed. He didn't look sad or angry because of Niedong's death. Zhou Jianhong said, "Yixing, since you want to fight in the duel arena, you should have some prizes. Otherwise, it will be a waste of effort." Yixing couldn't help but find it funny. Just now, he said that because of his cousin Niedong's death, he wanted to fight with Yixing on the duel arena. Now, it turned out to be a waste of effort. So what he said just now was just an excuse. His real intention was to make a bet with Yixing. Moreover, Yixing also understood why Zhou Jianhong chose to challenge him when Niedong's death was related to Wu Yuan and Ma Bo. It should be because Zhou Jianhong saw that he was only at the 5th layer of the martial path, the lowest among the 3. Yixing smiled and said, "What do you want to bet on?" Zhou Jianhong's eyes flashed and said, "Star accumulating pill. Whoever loses will give the other party a star accumulating pill." The academy ignored all gambling between students. The world of martial arts was full of danger. The academy was only responsible for teaching and some necessary discipline. It didn't restrict students from fighting in the arena. On the contrary, in order to improve the combat skills of the students, the academy also encouraged the students to duel in the ring and gamble on accumulating star pills. The academy had already distributed them to the students, and whether the students ate them or lost them to others, it didn't matter. Some students sighed. Zhou Jianhong is going to win another student star accumulating pill. When Yixing heard these words, he immediately reacted. Zhou Jianhong should have more than one accumulating celestial pill on him and spoke up. "It's not easy to enter the battle ring. How can one accumulating celestial pill be enough? I have 3 here. Do you dare to bet together?" Yixing only had one accumulating celestial pill. However, if he used Wu Yuan and Ma Bo's accumulating celestial pills as his gambling capital, it wouldn't be a problem. He only had a cultivation at the 5th heavenly layer, so a high-rank accumulating star pill would be of great use to him. So, why wouldn't he be happy to earn 2 more accumulating star pills? How could Zhou Jianhong put Yixing, a level 5 martial artist, in his eyes? Hearing this, his eyes lit up. Originally, he wanted to challenge Wu Yuan and Ma Bo after defeating Yixing. Of course, the reason was that his cousin Niedong had died because of them, and he wanted to seek justice. Now that Yixing was willing to bet 3 pills with him, it was exactly what Zhou Jianhong wanted. It would save him the trouble of having to fight 3 times in a row. Not only would it be tiring, but it would also be troublesome. Zhou Jianhong cracked a smile, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. "All right, I'll bet you 3. After saying that, he took out 3 accumulating star pills to prove that he had them. The dueling platform was not far away, so the two quickly went up to the battle ring. Because of Nie Dong's death, the audience for this duel was not only large, but also very comprehensive. A large number of students gathered here, as well as many deacons and teachers of the academy. On the battle ring, Zhou Jianhong slowly drew his sword and said with a smile, "Country bumpkin from the county city, remember this young master's name, Zhou Jianhong. Your 3 high-rank accumulating star pills belong to me, Zhou Jianhong, ha." Zhou Jianhong's smile was very bright, but Yi Xing also had a smile on his face. Although he didn't smile as brightly as Zhou Jianhong, he was also in a very good mood. Yi Xing said, "I can't wait to get the 3 high-rank accumulating star pills in your hands, haha. You also remember this young master's name? Yi Xing. No more nonsense, let's get started." Among the students present, except for a few who came from Azure Sky City, no one knew about Yi Xing's deeds. Seeing him, a 5th-layer martial artist, say the same words as Zhou Jianhong, they all unconsciously pursed their lips. He really doesn't know life from death, many students secretly said in their hearts. On the battle ring, Zhou Jianhong's smile disappeared. A country bumpkin from an ordinary city dared to be so arrogant in front of him, which really made him angry. The other party was eliminated from the gifted class, so his potential and strength were obviously very ordinary. Zhou Jianhong shouted, "Country bumpkin, I'll let you broaden your horizons. I'll defeat you with 1 sword." As soon as his voice fell, a sword light, like a beam of moonlight, broke through the air in an instant and stabbed in front of Yi Xing. It had to be said that Zhou Jianhong's swordsmanship was very high. Although the sword did not stab at Yi Xing's vital points and was not ruthless, it was fast and accurate. The reason why it was not ruthless was because it was not a battle to the death. Zhou Jianhong's goal was to injure Yi Xing, not to assassinate him. However, just as the sword light was about to stab Yi Xing's body, Yi Xing suddenly stepped on the Big Dipper, and his body was like a string of afterimages as he retreated backward. The tip of the sword seemed to have stabbed, but it also seemed like it did not. It stabbed at the edge of the afterimage. When Yi Xing's figure had completely retreated to the side, the crowd realized that the sword did not stab at all. Not only was Yi Xing not injured, but even his clothes were not torn. This made the faces of the students change. Yi Xing was only a 5th-layer martial artist, but he actually had such a brilliant movement technique. Zhou Jianhong's expression was very ugly. He said that he would defeat Yi Xing with 1 sword, but in the end, his sword did not even touch the corner of Yi Xing's clothes. Swish cold light flashed and linked together. Zhou Jianhong continued to attack Yi Xing with his sword, each strike faster than the last. Yi Xing stepped on the Big Dipper and dodged the attacks by a hair's breadth. He kept counting 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Soon, he counted to 10 strikes, but his opponent's strikes still missed. Zhou Jianhong did not pursue speed, and each strike was faster than the last. However, because of the anxiety in his heart, the energy in each strike was multiplied. When Yi Xing counted to 20 strikes, Zhou Jianhong was already panting. Suddenly, he realized that he had been tricked by Yi Xing. If he blindly attacked, he would die of exhaustion before Yi Xing could counterattack. Zhou Jianhong immediately withdrew his sword and retreated. He took a defensive stance and shouted, "You only know how to dodge with your movement technique. What kind of hero are you? Try attacking if you have the guts." Seeing that his opponent was no longer tricked, Yi Xing could only take the initiative to attack. In any case, his opponent had been attacking wildly before and was not in a good state. Furious steel fist. Yi Xing wore a metal glove and punched out. The fist momentum was monstrous and the power was terrifying. The furious steel fist of the perfection of martial arts. Everyone raised their eyebrows at him. Even the older generation of 6th-level martial artists found it extremely difficult to cultivate the low-grade martial arts to the perfection of martial arts. Yi Xing was so young, but he had cultivated the furious steel fist to the perfection of martial arts. Yi Xing performed the furious steel fist and punched several times in a row. Zhou Jianhong was shocked by his momentum and was attacked by his fist force. He retreated again and again. Yi Xing did not want to fight for a long time. After 3 punches, he immediately changed his martial arts technique. His fist turned into 1,000 shadows. Zhou Jianhong only felt a blur in front of his eyes. The sword in his hand was hit to the side. Then there was a pain in his chest. He was hit by a punch, and his whole person was suddenly blasted out of the ring. Yi Xing came to the edge of the ring and waved to Zhou Jianhong. "You let me win." Student Zhou Jianhong, 3 upper-grade accumulating star pills. "Give it to me." Zhou Jianhong's face was red. He, a martial artist at the peak of 6th level, was defeated by a 5th-level martial artist from an ordinary city. Not to mention Zhou Jianhong. Most of the students around were stunned and shocked. Obviously, they did not expect this result. Many teachers and school deacons were also surprised and nodded repeatedly. They expressed surprise and appreciation for Yi Xing's strength. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Zhou Jianhong naturally could not act shamelessly. He threw 3 upper-grade accumulating star pills to Yi Xing and immediately left. He did not want to make a fool of himself here. Yi Xing got 3 upper-grade accumulating star pills and also returned to the dormitory with Wu Yuan and Ma Bo. He would clean the library tomorrow. He had nothing to do today, so he could go back and use the accumulating star pills to break through the 6th level of martial arts. Looking at Yi Xing's back, the students were shocked. Most of them had no grievances with Yi Xing, nor did they have any interest in him. They were all shocked by Yi Xing's powerful strength. In the hearts of the students in the ordinary class, Yi Xing was already one of the strongest among the freshmen. Many people even worshipped him. The strong naturally had admirers, and Yi Xing was one of the strongest among the freshmen. However, Xiong Qixing looked at Yi Xing's back with hidden malice in his eyes. Although he forced Yi Xing to the ordinary class, he was completely defeated in the first confrontation with Yi Xing. Not only was Yi Xing not killed by Nie Dong and the other 2, but Nie Dong died. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo even turned to Yi Xing's subordinates. Yi Xing and the other 2 received a very light punishment. They only had to clean the library for a month. Moreover, Yi Xing could be said to be doing very well in the common class. Not only did he earn a few more high-grade medicinal star pills, which were beneficial to the improvement of his cultivation, but he also became very famous. Among the students of the common class, he became a popular figure, admired by others, and had boundless glory. All of this made Xiong Qixing feel very uncomfortable. "Yi Xing, I'll let you be glorious this time. Next time, I'll definitely make you die without a burial place." Xiong Qixing thought fiercely. Dormitory 175. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo stood in front of Yi Xing. Neither of them took the star-accumulating pill that Yi Xing brought back. A star-accumulating pill won't improve our cultivation by much, but it's very beneficial to Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Yi, please take it. Yi Xing easily defeated Zhou Jianhong, which made the 2 feel that Yi Xing's future was extraordinary. Following Yi Xing would definitely benefit them in the future. Now, they naturally wanted to show their loyalty. Yi Xing nodded and said, "All right, I'll accept your star-accumulating pill. In the future, you will definitely benefit from it. You can go out first. I'm going to go into seclusion to break through to the 6th stage of the martial Tao." While he was in seclusion, Yi Xing was still worried. The 2 of them were also in the dormitory. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo left the dormitory. Yi Xing immediately took a star-accumulating pill to refine and absorb it. The medicinal efficacy of the upper-grade star-accumulating pill was many times stronger than that of the middle-grade star-accumulating pill. Yi Xing immediately felt an incomparably surging star force when he swallowed it. Yi Xing immediately operated Qingyuan art to quickly absorb and refine it. As time passed, the 5th star ring in Yi Xing's dantian became brighter and brighter. The 6th star ring was faintly discernible. About an hour later, the 6-star ring was finally completely revealed. Yixing's cultivation had broken through and officially stepped into the 6th stage of the martial Tao. With the breakthrough in cultivation, the restriction on the internal strength in the body instantly disappeared. The internal strength was no longer restricted to the flesh and began to spread to the skin. There was a lot of room for improvement. Chapter 96. When Yixing and Zhou Jianhong fought, Wei Qingxian was not at the Zishan Academy, but at the Zishan Marquis residence. Her talent was shocking, and the Academy was not sure if her destiny was 9 stars or higher. According to the usual practice, students with a 9-star destiny would have to go to the Zishan Marquis residence for another test. This was because only Zishan Marquis had a higher grade blood fate stone. Wei Qingxian went to the Zishan Marquis residence to see the legendary martial saint, Zishan Marquis. The Marquis residence was vast, and Wei Qingxian was in the residence. Other than her, there was only Grandmaster Mu Feng. After the deacon sent her to the Marquis residence, it was Grandmaster Mu Feng who received her and brought her here. Yixing did not want to rely on others, so he did not go to the Marquis residence to ask Mu Feng for help even after he was eliminated from the gifted class. But Wei Qingxian saw Mu Feng and naturally reported everything. Hearing this, Mu Feng smiled faintly. Other than the Marquis, no one can interfere with the matters of the Academy. I'm also powerless, but I feel that it is not a bad thing for Yixing to go to the ordinary class. His strength is shocking, and there may be people in the gifted class who can suppress him, but in the ordinary class, he will definitely stand out. Haha, the achievements of the ordinary class's top students are not lower than those of the gifted class. Wei Qingxian still wanted to say something, but Mu Feng had already stood up. The Marquis is here. At this time, an 18 or 19-year-old young man pushed a wheelchair out from the back room of the residence. A middle-aged man sat in the wheelchair. The young man's aura was vigorous, as deep as the sea. Compared to the gifted class's teacher, Mo Songhai, his aura was even stronger, causing Wei Qingxian to be secretly shocked. As for the middle-aged man, his hair was slightly gray, and he did not seem young. But looking at his face, he did not seem to be 40 years old. His appearance was dignified and very heroic, but there was a trace of sadness in his expression. There was no aura of an expert, and he seemed more like an ordinary person. However, Wei Qingxian was able to determine that the ordinary person on the wheelchair who looked valiant but did not have the aura of an expert was Zishan Ho. Although the young man pushing the wheelchair had an imposing aura and was extremely powerful, it was impossible for Zishan Ho to push the wheelchair for someone else. Marquis, Mu Feng bowed to the front. The middle-aged man in the wheelchair gently nodded. He was indeed Zishan Ho. Student Wei Qingxian greets Zishan Ho. Wei Qingxian immediately stood up and saluted. Although the fact that Zishan Ho was sitting in a wheelchair surprised her, she was still excited to see this martial saint whom she had heard of many times. Fenger, go take the test. Zishan Ho nodded towards Wei Qingxian, then instructed the young man behind him. Wang Feng, the absolute genius of the Wang family of the prefecture capital, Marshal Saint Tianming, had not entered the Purple Mountain Institute. At a young age, he had been accepted by Purple Mountain Ho as a personal disciple, and later adopted as his son. Now, Wang Feng was only 18 years old, about the same age as the students of the Purple Mountain Institute's Advanced Genius class, but his cultivation was already at the peak of the 9th rank. Compared to Xiong Qisheng, it was like comparing the light of a firefly to the light of the moon. Even the most talented student in the Advanced Genius class was not worth mentioning in front of Wang Feng. There was no comparison at all. Wang Feng was only respectful towards Zishan Ho, but ignored Mu Feng and Wei Qingxian. His expression was indifferent, but his heart was arrogant. He walked to Wei Qingxuan's side, waved his hand, and a blood destiny stone appeared on the table next to Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxian was surprised. Only now did she notice that Wang Feng was wearing a ring with a star engraved on it. It should be the legendary star ring that had its own space inside. Ignorant, Wang Feng secretly said to himself at the surprise in Wei Qingxuan's eyes. Wang Feng retracted his hand and placed it behind his back. He then said, "Let's begin. Let's see if you have the warrior sage destiny." Wei Qingxian looked at the blood destiny stone on the table, which seemed to be no different from the blood destiny stones that were tested in the past. She reached out and pressed her hand on the blood destiny stone. All of a sudden, a strong red light shone and the star slots lit up one after another. The intensity of the red light and the speed at which the star slots lit up made Zishan Ho's eyes move a little, and he became more alert. In just 3 blinks of an eye, all 9 star slots lit up, and the red light became more and more intense until it was blinding. Immediately afterwards, there were new changes. In the blink of an eye, the light in the first star slot turned from red to orange. At this moment, Wang Feng, who had been indifferent, finally had a change of expression. Only the warrior sage destiny could attract his interest. He took another look at Wei Qingxian. Mu Feng nodded secretly with a smile on his face. He had long guessed that Wei Qingxian had more than 9 stars, and now it was confirmed. After the first star slot turned orange, the changes did not stop. Soon, the light in the second and third star slots turned orange one after another. When the fourth star slot turned orange, Wang Feng's expression changed again, and he seemed to be moved. Ordinary destiny stars were divided into 9 stars, just like the warrior sage destiny stars. The first 3 stars were the beginner warrior sage destiny stars. The middle 3 stars were the intermediate warrior sage destiny stars, and the last 3 stars were the advanced warrior sage destiny stars. Wang Feng was extremely arrogant and regarded the geniuses of Zishan County as nothing. Even when Wei Qingxian had the warrior sage destiny stars, he was only a little interested because he had a 5-star destiny star, which belonged to the intermediate warrior sage destiny stars. Wei Qingxuan's destiny star had also reached the intermediate warrior sage destiny stars and could compete with Wang Feng. Hence, he was naturally moved. However, Wei Qingxuan's destiny star was still not fully displayed, and the red light in the star slots continued to turn orange. In the blink of an eye, there was a change. When the red light in the 7th star slot turned orange, Wang Feng's face was already full of shock. The 7-star warrior sage destiny stars were already considered advanced. Not only were they 2 stars higher than Wang Feng's destiny stars, but they were also of a higher level. Seeing that Wei Qingxuan's destiny stars were so high, Mu Feng was both shocked and surprised. At this moment, even Zishan Ho was moved. Zishan Ho's destiny stars were the advanced warrior sage destiny stars. The red light on the blood life stone was unstoppable. Soon, the 8th and 9th star slots turned orange too. At this point, the red light on the blood life stone had completely disappeared and was replaced by an orange light. The orange light was so intense that it was not inferior to the previous red light at all. A look of surprise flashed in Zishan Ho's eyes as his heart trembled. This meant that Wei Qingxuan's destiny stars could be even higher. At this moment, Zishan Ho's eyes glowed with excitement. On the other hand, Mu Feng stared at the blood life stone with a slight pain in his eyes, but he was also extremely surprised. Although he had guessed that Wei Qingxuan's destiny stars were very high, he never expected it to be at such a level. A 9-star orange destiny star was the peak of the warrior sage destiny stars, which was only higher than Zishan Ho's. Wang Feng also never expected that Wei Qingxuan's destiny stars were not only higher than his, but also much higher than his. His heart was filled with excitement, and when he looked at Wei Qingxian again, he found her to be extremely pleasing to the eye. He was no longer as indifferent as before. Seeing that the blood life stone maintained its 9-star orange light and did not change, Wei Qingxian retracted her hand. The blood life stone immediately dimmed, but Wei Qingxuan's light did not dim. The other 3 all had a whole new level of respect for her. Zishan Ho said, "Very good. Wei Qingxian, your destiny stars are higher than I expected. From today onwards, you can directly enter the Advanced Genius class and enjoy special treatment. Furthermore, I will give you a good fortune in the future. Wei Qingxian gracefully bowed. Many thanks, Zishan Ho. Wang Feng, who had already put away the blood life stone, was surprised. With Wei Qingxuan's talent, Zishan Ho actually did not accept her as a disciple. If Wei Qingxian was accepted as a disciple by Zishan Ho, then the two of them would be intimate and improve their relationship. However, Zishan Ho would not allow Wei Qingxian to remain as a student at Zishan Academy, because it would destroy the confidence of the other geniuses. Thinking that there would not be many opportunities to meet in the future, Wang Feng did not want to miss out on a girl with such high talent. He immediately asked Zishan Ho for instructions. Godfather, I have a presumptuous request, and I hope Godfather can fulfill it. Zishan Ho valued Wang Feng very much. Otherwise, he would not have accepted him as a personal disciple and then adopted him as a son. Wang Feng rarely asked him for requests, but as long as he did, Zishan Ho would always agree. He nodded and said, Speak. Wang Feng said, I fell in love with Junior Sister Wei at first sight, and I cannot control my feelings. I wish to make her my life partner, and I hope Godfather can fulfill it. Wang Feng was indeed moved by Wei Qingxian. The main reason was that he had always been high and mighty, and none of the so-called geniuses of the younger generation in the county city could enter his eyes, so he was arrogant in his heart. Suddenly, there was a girl whose destiny stars were higher than his. Immediately, the arrogance in his heart disappeared, and he was filled with admiration, especially since this girl was a young girl, and he was only an 18-year-old youth. Naturally, he was moved. However, Wang Feng's attitude caused Wei Qingxian to feel disgust. Her face was covered with a veil, and Wang Feng could not even see her face, so how could he fall in love with her at first sight? Moreover, Wei Qingxian was very clear about Wang Feng's indifference toward her before. Now he said that it was love at first sight, and that he could not control his feelings. Who was he trying to fool? He only saw that her destiny stars were very high, and her talent was monstrous. She would have great achievements in the future, so he changed his mind. Displeasure appeared on Zishan Ho's face, and he said, Feng, if you want a girl to accompany you for life, how can you rely on the restrictions of your elders? You can only use your own sincerity to move others, and only then will they be willing to be with you. Do not mention this matter again. This was the first time he was rejected by Zishan Ho, and it was in front of Wei Qingxian. This caused Wang Feng's face to burn, and he said with slight disappointment, I understand. Lord Ho, this student also has a request. At this time, Wei Qingxian also asked Zishan Ho for instructions. Zishan Ho said with interest, Speak. Wei Qingxian was still thinking about Yi Xing's elimination from the gifted class, so she naturally repeated it. Yi Xing. Zishan Ho repeated this name. This was already the second time he had heard about Yi Xing. The first time was when Mu Feng had returned to the Marquis estate, and he had specially reported about Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian to Zishan Ho. Zishan Ho's point of view on this matter was similar to Mu Feng's. He said, low-level heavenly fate cultivators need to put in a lot of effort to become talented, and they also need a strong will. His hindrance is not necessarily a bad thing. I will pay attention to him, but I will not interfere with the matters of the academy. If he is gold, then the academy will not bury him. Chapter 97. Zishan Academy, Library. This was the place where Zishan Academy stored their martial arts manuals. In the first month that Yi Xing, Wu Yuan, and Ma Bo entered Zishan Academy, they didn't attend classes or cultivate. Instead, they were punished to clean the library. The Zishan Academy's library contained a vast amount of martial arts manuals. It was divided into 4 floors, from low-grade martial arts to supreme-grade martial arts. The library's 4th floor contained supreme-grade martial arts manuals. Most of them were incomplete, but there were also complete supreme-grade martial arts manuals. This floor was a forbidden area, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Yi Xing and the other 2 only had to clean the first 3 floors containing low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade martial arts manuals. The martial arts manuals in the library could be read, but were not allowed to be copied. Every once in a while, the academy's deacons would patrol the library, and when they left, they would be inspected. If someone copied the martial arts manuals in the library, it was a very serious crime, and they would be crippled of their martial arts and expelled from the academy. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo were naturally in charge of cleaning the library. Yi Xing was in charge of reading books in the library, and only when the deacons patrolled the library did he pretend to clean. To Yi Xing, the library was a huge treasure. Whether it was the Ye family's martial arts pavilion or the Xiong family's martial arts pavilion, they were like small study rooms in front of the library, not worth mentioning. The martial arts manuals in the Ye family's and Xiong family's martial arts pavilions, excluding the duplicates, did not even amount to 100. But in Zishan Academy's library, there were more than 2,000 martial arts manuals, which was 10 times more than the two martial arts pavilions combined. Yi Xing had the super brain, but what he lacked was martial arts knowledge. The more martial arts manuals he read, the higher his understanding of martial arts theory would be, and the easier it would be for him to cultivate martial arts to a higher level. A martial arts manual could be as short as a few hundred words and as long as a few thousand words. Moreover, it involved the human body's meridians, blood, flesh, tendons, bones, skin, as well as the aura of the mountains and rivers, the changes of the sun, moon, and stars, the energy of the earth, water, wind, and fire, and so on. It was difficult to understand. Inferior grade martial arts and medial grade martial arts were still fine. The content involved was relatively simple. Normally, cultivators with some comprehension ability could learn by themselves through secret manuals. However, for superior grade martial arts and above, if there was no one to teach them, it would be like a heavenly book. For other martial artists, even if they were to seclude themselves in the library and read for a year, they wouldn't be able to remember many martial arts secret manuals. Furthermore, as time passed, their memories would gradually fade away. As for the martial arts secret manuals that could be understood, there were even fewer of them. But that was not the case for Yi Xing. Every time he flipped through a book, all of its contents would be scanned into his super brain and stored there forever. Moreover, through the super brain's powerful analysis function, it could verify and deduce different martial arts. This allowed Yi Xing to learn all kinds of martial arts secret manuals by himself, provided that his martial arts knowledge could keep up. For example, Yi Xing's martial arts knowledge was better than that of a martial Dao master. Therefore, it was very difficult for a martial Dao master to cultivate a superior grade martial arts to the mastery realm, but Yi Xing could. A person's ultimate martial arts attainment was related to their level of martial arts knowledge to a certain extent. It was hard to imagine what level Yi Xing's martial arts knowledge would reach if he read all the martial arts secret manuals in the library and comprehended them thoroughly. It was certain that he would have no problem cultivating a superior grade martial arts to the mastery realm. Yi Xing's reading speed was too fast. Even though he spent at least 2 hours a day pretending to clean, he could still read hundreds of martial arts secret manuals in a day. Yi Xing did not care whether he comprehended them or not. He just scanned them and copied them into his super brain. He would think about the rest later. At night, Yi Xing cultivated Qingyuan art to improve his cultivation. He had already read the complete Qingyuan art manual in the library. He had already memorized the cultivation chants for the last 3 stages. With his talent in martial arts, it would not take long for him to make progress in Qingyuan art. In just 5 days, Yi Xing went through more than 2,000 martial arts secret manuals on the first 3 floors of the library. He did not read them carefully and did not understand their meanings, but the contents were all scanned into his super brain. It was easy to scan them into his super brain, but it was much more difficult to master them. Although it was only a matter of time for him to master them with the super brain's powerful functions, it still required a lot of time. This was because the amount of knowledge was too large. Once Yi Xing mastered them, even a martial arts grandmaster would not be able to compare with him in terms of martial arts knowledge. Mastering martial arts was not something that could be done in haste. Yi Xing was not in a hurry. Every day, he focused on cultivating martial arts. In the process of cultivation, all kinds of martial arts would naturally be slowly mastered. Time passed slowly, day after day. Yixing's martial arts knowledge level improved by leaps and bounds. His actual martial arts attainment also increased every day. One after another, Yixing successfully cultivated the inferior grade martial arts to the perfection realm. As Yixing's knowledge of martial arts increased, the superbrain deduced and improved the Qingyuan art again. It improved the Qingyuan art to the level of a supreme grade cultivation method, allowing him to open up 15 meridians for cultivation. With the help of the 4 high-grade star accumulation pills, Yixing's cultivation base also increased rapidly. When Wei Qingxian learned that Yixing was punished, she came to visit Yixing several times after cleaning the library. She saw that Yixing did not look like he was punished at all. Instead, he was high-spirited and in a good mood. Wei Qingxian was completely relieved. On the 10th day, Yixing's Qingyuan art made progress and broke through to the 4th level. The first 3 levels of Qingyuan art opened up the meridians, and the last 3 levels strengthened the internal strength. The 4th level of internal strength made Yixing stronger than martial artists of the same level. He was only at the early stage of LV6, but in terms of internal strength, he was stronger than those in the middle stage of LV6. On the 15th day, Yixing's cultivation level finally improved and reached the middle stage of LV6. Even a genius would need several months to improve the cultivation level of LV6. Yixing's cultivation level improved by a small level in just half a month. It could be seen that the superior grade Qingyuan art was really effective. Of course, the 4 superior grade star accumulating pills also contributed a lot. Without the help of star accumulating pills, his cultivation would be slower. Yixing only used half a month to go from the early stage of LV6 to the middle stage of LV6. However, even if another month and a half passed, Yixing might not be able to cultivate from the middle stage of LV6 to the late stage of LV6. Yixing and the other 2 went to the library every day and stayed in dormitory 175 at night. They did not have much interaction with the other students. The other students also did not have time to pay attention to Yixing and the other 2. The month before entering the academy was the busiest month, because after the first month, the academy would conduct an assessment for all the new disciples. The top-ranked students would be given generous rewards to encourage the students to compete for the top spots. Therefore, in the first month, if the new students were not listening to the teacher's lessons, they would be cultivating by themselves. Almost no one paid attention to Yixing and the other 2. Not only were the new students busy, but the advanced class students were also very busy. Their assessment was in 3 months, and the level of rewards was much higher than the new students' assessment. Naturally, they were also busy cultivating. However, even so, Xiong Qixing did not cause trouble for Yixing during this period of time, which surprised him. Although he was surprised, Yixing was happy in his heart. It was best if there was no trouble. As time passed, when Yixing cultivated more than 100 low-grade martial skills to the perfection stage, he had already taken a small step towards mastering the various martial skills stored in his superbrain. The level of his martial skills had increased by a large margin. Yixing had a feeling that his middle-grade martial skills seemed to have touched the edge of the perfection stage. Therefore, in addition to cultivating low-grade martial skills, Yixing also began to cultivate middle-grade martial skills every day. On the 25th day of his punishment, Yixing's martial skills reached another milestone. The middle-grade martial skill, Tiger Stallion Fist, was cultivated to the perfection stage. This was the first time that Yixing had cultivated a middle-grade martial skill to the perfection stage. Previously, his 7-star steps and flying swan technique were only at the perfection stage. It was because he had fused a trace of wind force that he was able to stand at the perfection stage. When a middle-grade martial skill reached the perfection stage, it was even easier to cultivate the other middle-grade martial skills. In the next few days, almost every day, there would be 1 or 2 middle-grade martial skills that reached the perfection stage. Yixing's martial arts attainment had already reached the level of a martial arts grandmaster. Only a true martial arts grandmaster could easily cultivate a middle-grade martial arts technique to the martial arts grandmaster level. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the last day of his punishment. In the past month, Yixing's knowledge of martial arts and his attainments in martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds. He had undergone a tremendous change. As his martial arts attainments increased, Yixing's temperament changed as well. His every move was natural and natural. He looked like a martial master of a generation. At night, in dormitory 175, Yixing was sitting cross-legged, cultivating Qingyuan technique. A month had passed, and tomorrow was the day of the assessment. According to the news brought by Wei Qingxian, the progress of the students in the gifted class had been very fast. Many 8-star Destiny Realm students were originally at the peak of the 6th level. However, with the help of the high-grade star accumulating pill and the guidance of the 9th level martial Bowmaster, at least 10 of them had broken through to the 7th level and became martial Bowmasters. Not only that, under the guidance of the 9th level martial Bowmaster, the martial skills of the gifted class had also increased rapidly. It was inevitable for them to cultivate their high-grade martial skills to the entry stage. Those with outstanding talent had already cultivated their high-grade martial skills to the lesser success stage, or even beyond that. The assessment was the time for Yixing to prove himself. The academy had eliminated him to the ordinary class, so he used this fact to tell everyone who was the real genius. Therefore, regardless of whether it was for the reward of first place or to prove his strength, Yixing was determined to obtain first place in this new student assessment. He wanted to defeat all the freshmen in the gifted class. This was his response to the academy eliminating him to the ordinary class. Yixing's cultivation was still far from the late stage of the 6th level. He only had one night left, so the reason why he was diligently cultivating Qingyuan technique was naturally not to increase his cultivation. It was because his Qingyuan technique was only a step away from the 5th level. If he could break through, his internal energy would be strengthened. This was even better than raising his cultivation to the late stage of the 6th level. Hard work paid off. Yixing's Qingyuan technique had broken through to the 5th level. Chapter 98. On the day of the assessment, the Zishan Academy was extremely lively. This was the most important day for the freshmen, and all the freshmen would participate in it. The venue of the assessment was the Academy Square, which had been divided into 20 areas. The competition was divided into 20 groups. The group stage adopted a point system. The first and second place in each group could enter the second stage of the competition for the knockout round. There were 3 rounds in the knockout round to determine the top 20, top 10, and top 5. The top 5 would participate in the points competition, and the first to 5th would be ranked according to the winning percentage. As long as the 769 freshmen could rush out of the first stage of the point competition as the top 2 in the group, they would enter the top 40 and receive the Academy's rewards. Of course, the rewards would be different depending on the ranking. The top 40 would be rewarded with 1 upper-grade star accumulation pill. The top 20 would be rewarded with 2 upper-grade star accumulation pills, and the top 10 would be rewarded with 3 upper-grade star accumulation pills. The top 5 would be rewarded even more, divided into 5 ranks. Not only would they be rewarded with upper-grade star accumulation pills, but they would also be rewarded with upper-grade medicinal herbs that could replenish vitality. The 5th would be rewarded with 4 upper-grade star accumulation pills and 1 upper-grade medicinal herb. The 4th would be rewarded with 6 upper-grade star accumulation pills and 1 upper-grade medicinal herb. The 3rd would be rewarded with 8 upper-grade star accumulation pills and 2 upper-grade medicinal herbs. The 2nd would be rewarded with 10 upper-grade star accumulation pills and 2 upper-grade medicinal herbs. The 1st would be rewarded with 12 upper-grade star accumulation pills and 3 upper-grade medicinal herbs. The Academy's rewards were not small, but it was not easy for the students to get the rewards. There were nearly 800 students, but only the top 40 would be rewarded, which was about 20 to 1. Yixing, Wu Yuan, and Ma Bo were assigned to the 20th group. In order to prevent the strong from meeting each other in advance, the academy had assigned the strongest 20 students to different groups. Therefore, in each group, there was a seeded student. Among them, 15 were level 7 martial Dao masters, and 5 were peak level 6 martial artists. Although Yixing was in the limelight in the ordinary class, he hadn't attended classes for a month. He had been cleaning the library and had been keeping a low profile. The fame he had gained on the first day of school had naturally faded, and he wasn't among the 20 seeded students. The seed student in the 20th group was Feng Yuan Ming, a student of the gifted class. It was unknown whether Yixing's luck was good or bad. His first match in Group 20 was against Feng Yuan Ming. Or rather, it should be said that Feng Yuanming's luck was bad. As a seeded student, he was afraid that his face would be swollen in the first battle. Go Yixing! When Yixing went on stage, he heard Wei Qingxuan's voice. There were too many people just now, so Yixing did not notice that Wei Qingxian had also come. Yixing winked at Wei Qingxian and smiled confidently. Then he looked around. Wei Qingxian had already been promoted to the advanced genius class. Since she was here, there should be other advanced class students as well. Yixing felt that Xiong Qixing should also be here. As Yixing expected, he quickly discovered Xiong Qixing's figure. The latter was like a poisonous snake, coldly staring at him from afar. Seeing Yixing's gaze, Xiong Qixing's eyes revealed a cruel smile. Intuition told Yixing that the other party did not have good intentions. Perhaps, in this assessment, he would meet an opponent specially ordered by Xiong Qixing. Yixing secretly paid attention. A cold snort came from the front. Feng Yuanming went on stage. Seeing that Yixing did not even look at him, his heart was filled with anger. Feng Yuanming's voice was filled with disdain. I didn't expect to meet a 2-star trash like you in the first round. If you know what's good for you, admit defeat. Otherwise, this daddy will slap you to death. Yixing had just gone to look for Xiong Qixing. He did not deliberately look down on the other party, but the other party's words had angered Yixing. Yixing smiled. One slap? Feng Yuanming's face carried an arrogant smile. One slap. Yixing nodded. Okay, one slap. Yixing's tone made Feng Yuanming feel a little strange. It sounded like Yixing wanted to slap him. Feng Yuanming still did not understand, but the deacon presiding over the battle had already said, "You can begin. Don't be long-winded." As soon as the deacon's voice fell, Yixing's figure flashed and disappeared. An afterimage flashed past, and Yixing appeared in front of Feng Yuanming. Yixing's current 7-star steps had truly been cultivated to perfection. With the addition of a trace of wind force, it was unbelievably fast. Feng Yuanming only felt a blur in front of his eyes. He just understood that Yixing's tone just now was indeed about to slap him. Yixing had already arrived in front of him and raised his arm to slap him. Slap. Feng Yuanming had clearly pushed his speed to the limit and wanted to dodge backwards. However, with a crisp sound, he felt a sharp pain on his face, and his mind instantly went blank. Blood splattered everywhere, and broken teeth flew everywhere. As Feng Yuanming spat out blood and broken teeth, he was slapped out of the arena by Yixing. Yixing had easily defeated Zhou Jianhong, who was at the peak of 6th stage, when his cultivation was at the peak of 5th stage. Now that Yixing's cultivation was at the mid-stage of 6th stage, his martial arts attainments had increased by a large margin. Even though Feng Yuanming's strength was higher than Zhou Jianhong's, in the hands of Yixing, he was just a character who was sent flying with a slap. The surrounding martial artists who were watching were basically students who had been assigned to 20 groups for the competition. They all gasped and looked at Yixing with incomparable fear and reverence. The deacon presiding over the battle also looked at Yixing in surprise. A month ago, he had watched Yixing and Zhou Jianhong's duel. Now, it seemed that Yixing's strength had increased by a lot. In this month, Yixing had not attended classes and had been punished to clean the library. However, his strength had increased so quickly. It was really strange. The deacon of Group 20 restrained the surprise in his heart and said, Yixing wins. Next match, Yixing against Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was a student of the ordinary class. and his cultivation was at the mid-stage of 6th stage. He immediately admitted defeat. Even the seeded students of Group 20 had been sent flying with a slap by Yixing. Zhao Feng did not dare to make a move. Of course, he admitted defeat to avoid being sent flying with a slap by Yixing. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. After that, Yixing's opponents all chose to admit defeat in every battle, no matter if it was a student of the ordinary class or a student of the genius class. In the group stages, other than the first match against Feng Yuanming, Yixing also made a move. After that, his opponents all admitted defeat. He easily obtained first place in Group 20 and advanced to the second elimination round. As for the second place in Group 20, it was taken by Feng Yuanming. Since the Academy had chosen him as a seeded student of Group 20, his strength was indeed not weak. Even if there was a student in Group 20 who was also at the peak of 6th stage, he was still defeated by Feng Yuanming. It was a pity that Feng Yuanming met Yixing, this abnormal battle strength that defied the heavens. Moreover, he had a foul mouth and angered Yixing otherwise. He should have been very impressive in the group stages. However, because he had been slapped by Yixing in the first battle, even if Feng Yuanming won all his subsequent battles, he could not feel happy in his heart. Others looked at him as if they were looking at a joke and did not have the slightest bit of respect. Feng Yuanming hated Yixing so much in his heart that his teeth itched, but he did not dare to show it on the surface. Yixing's slap was not light, and it caused his heart to tremble even now. Because there were 20 groups competing at the same time, the group stages did not last for too long. The first and second place of each group had all come out. Those 15 7th-stage masters had all advanced as the first place of their group. The other 4 first places of the group were all at the peak of 6th stage. Only Yixing's cultivation was at the middle of 6th stage. Not only was his cultivation the lowest in the group first place, even the second place of the other 20 groups had the lowest cultivation at the peak of 6th stage, much higher than him. After the first stage of the competition ended, there was a break for a while. The previous division of the square into 20 areas was no longer suitable for the elimination rounds. During the break, the Academy redivided the square into 5 areas. There would be 5 elimination rounds at the same time. There would be 20 battles for the advancement of 40 to 20, and there would be a total of 4 rounds. There would be 10 battles for the advancement of 20 to 10, and there would be a total of 2 rounds. During the break, Yixing was naturally together with Wei Qingxian. Yixing, your strength has increased by a lot. The gap between us seems to have widened. Wei Qingxian exclaimed. Hee, your destiny is so high. If I don't work harder, I'll be left behind by you very soon. Yixing smiled faintly. Yixing's superbrain had already scanned Wei Qingxuan's cultivation. She was only a hair's breadth away from the late stage of 6th stage. It was likely that she would break through in the next few days. Wei Qingxian was specially groomed by the Purple Mountain Academy and enjoyed special treatment. Coupled with her high fate, her cultivation would definitely increase like a rocket. Even though Yixing felt that his cultivation was increasing very quickly, compared to Wei Qingxian, it was still slightly inferior. Wei Qingxian smiled embarrassedly. Her fate had surpassed 9 stars. She did not want to hide it from Yixing, but Zishanho had warned her not to reveal her fate to anyone, so she endured it and did not say anything. Therefore, although Wei Qingxian was amazed by Yixing's progress, she was also very happy. She and Yixing had an unspoken agreement to become stronger together. If Yixing fell behind, she would become a peak martial saint in the future. If the gap between them was too big, it would be difficult for them to get along as well as they were now. The break time quickly passed, and the square was divided into 5 sections by the Academy. When Yixing went up to draw the lots, Wei Qingxian waved her delicate fist and said, Yixing, I believe in you. You will definitely get first place. Yixing nodded slightly with a confident smile. A trash of the 6th stage wants to get first place, TSK. At this time, a student of the 7th stage of the martial path heard it and said with disdain, and a trash of a 2-star fate. If he meets me, Jiang Wenlong, I will beat the shit out of him. Yixing narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in them. He had already noticed Jiang Wenlong. He was with Xiong Qixing just now. Moreover, other than Jiang Wenlong, there were 4 other students of the 7th stage of the genius class. Xiong Qixing had already looked for them. Chapter 99. Among the 15 freshmen in the 7th stage of the martial Dao, at least 5 of them were in the same group as Xiong Qixing or had an agreement with him. They were all targets that Yixing was wary of. Hanging out with Xiong Qixing was definitely not a good thing for him. At present, Jiang Wenlong's attitude proved this point. Yixing's cold eyes swept over Jiang Wenlong and said, "Jiang Wenlong, right? If we meet later, whoever admits defeat will be a bastard. Let's see who will beat the shit out of who." Jiang Wenlong's eyes flashed a sharp aura and he laughed. "Well, whoever admits defeat will be a bastard. Hee hee. Trash. You wait. I will beat you until you piss your pants. Hee hee." The nearby students saw Yixing and Jiang Wenlong fighting. Some looked amazed, some sneered. Although they all thought that Yixing's strength was very strong, they didn't think that Yixing could compete with a martial Dao master. The gap between the 7th stage of the martial Dao and the 6th stage of the martial Dao was not just a little bit, but a gap that was difficult to cross. In the first round of the knockout, Yixing and Jiang Wenlong couldn't meet because the rule of drawing lots was that the first in the group would be the second in the group. Yixing and Jiang Wenlong were the first in the group to advance, so they couldn't meet in this round. The names of the second in the group were placed in a wooden box, and the first in the group to advance were drawn by the first in the group. When Yixing caught a paper ball and opened it, a strange smile appeared on his face. The name on the paper was Feng Yuanming. It seemed that he and Feng Yuanming had some ill-fated relationship. Not only were they both in the 20th group, but he also had a 1 in 20 chance of being picked by Yixing. When Feng Yuanming found out that his first opponent was Yixing, his face immediately turned bitter. His right cheek was still a little swollen, and now he felt a burning pain. He didn't dare to fight with Yixing again. At this time, Feng Yuanming was in awe of Yixing. Before Yixing could open his mouth, he quickly admitted defeat. Yixing also advanced to the top 20 without making a move. As for the first place in the other groups, none of the 15 7th-tier Grandmasters could shake them. As for the other 4 peak 6th-tier Grandmasters, one of them was defeated by a 6th-tier Grandmaster who had advanced to the second place in the other groups and was eliminated. The top 20 were determined. 15 7th-tier Grandmasters, 3 peak 6th-tier Grandmasters, 1 peak 6th-tier Grandmasters, and 1 intermediate 6th-tier Grandmasters. The reward for the 21st of the 40th place was the same, an upper-grade accumulating star pill, so the eliminated students didn't have to compete anymore and directly started the next round. All the eliminated students were excited. They were eliminated and naturally became spectators. The second round of the knockout was the competition between the top 20 and the top 10. In this round, there would be a showdown between martial Dao masters, and some martial Dao masters would be eliminated. The intensity of the battle was much more wonderful and intense than before. Naturally, it was exciting. Yixing, do you dare to be in the same group with me in this round? The academy hadn't arranged the list yet, and the drawing of lots hadn't started yet. Jiang Wenlong shouted and directly called out Yixing. Yixing just planned to deal with Jiang Wenlong when he met him. He didn't expect that the other party was even more anxious than him and pointed out that he wanted to fight with him in this round. However, Yixing didn't have the slightest fear and said, "Why not?" Jiang Wenlong smiled and said to the deacon who presided over the competition, "Deacon, since we are both willing, let's arrange a showdown for this round." Since both parties were willing, the deacon naturally wouldn't interfere and nodded. "Okay." Jiang Wenlong's face revealed a ferocious smile as he stared at Yixing fiercely, like a hound staring at its prey. "Jiang Wenlong, don't be careless and lose the face of us martial Dao masters. You were defeated by a 2-star Heaven's Mandate trash." Beside Jiang Wenlong, a 16-year-old freshman coldly snorted. He was also a martial Dao master. Moreover, he was also the one who was looked for by Xiong Qixing. How can I be defeated by this trash? Humph. At most 3 moves, and I'll beat him until he pisses his pants. Bien Shushang, this trash doesn't need you to teach him a lesson. Jiang Wenlong's face was filled with arrogance as he disdainfully glanced at Yi Xing and said, "That's for the best, but he." Bien Shushing sneered and said, "Jiang Wenlong, if you lose, I'll take revenge for you." Hey, impossible. The other 18 people's names were quickly determined. The 9 students who broke through to the 7th stage of the martial Dao first would draw lots for the other 9. There would be 5 pairs of 7 Dao masters. This was the highlight of this round. The second round of the elimination round had a total of 10 battles. There were only 5 arenas, so it would be divided into 2 rounds. Yi Xing and Jiang Wenlong's battle would take place in the easternmost arena of the first round. Among the 5 battles, 3 of them were between martial Dao masters, which attracted most of the audience's attention. Not many people were watching the battle between Yi Xing and Jiang Wenlong. "Come on, see how I'll beat you until you piss your pants, hee." Jiang Wenlong sneered. His weapon was a long spear. The tip of the spear was shining with a cold light. It was a high-grade weapon. As the saying goes, a month with a stick and a year with a saber, a lifetime with a spear. Spear techniques were the most difficult to master, but once mastered, the power was amazing. "Let's begin," the deacon on the side said. "Die." When the deacon said begin, Jiang Wenlong's temperament changed instantly. His eyes widened, and his momentum was amazing. He shouted loudly. Whoosh, the long spear pierced forward. The spear was dazzling, and it was like a straight white chain bursting out. Whoosh, there was no wind and waves in the air. The air within a radius of 10 feet was stirred up by Jiang Wenlong's piercing, which almost caused the wind. It seemed that Jiang Wenlong had worked hard on his spear. His spear technique was very good. Ordinary level 6 martial artists, even if their cultivation was at the peak of level 6, couldn't block his spear. However, this spear was not a big threat to Yi Xing. Yi Xing had already comprehended a trace of wind. Now that Jiang Wenlong's piercing caused the wind to move, Yi Xing felt the wind. It was as if there were eyes in all directions. How could he be pierced by the latter? Yi Xing stepped on the Big Dipper, and his body moved with the wind. In an instant, he floated up. Whether it was Jiang Wenlong or the surrounding audience, they all felt dazzled. When they looked again, Yi Xing was already in midair and stepped on the spearhead. How fast was Jiang Wenlong's spear? Yi Xing was actually able to accurately step on the spearhead at this critical moment. This caused everyone's expressions to change in shock. If he had stepped a little faster and stepped on the front of the spearhead, then this spear would have pierced a big hole in his foot. Unfortunately, in Yi Xing's dictionary, there were no ifs. Since he dared to step on it, it was naturally foolproof. Yi Xing's body looked light, but when he stepped on the spearhead, it was extremely heavy. Immediately, the spearhead sank down and fell to the ground. Too slow. Yi Xing's voice sounded like a slap to Jiang Wenlong's face. While speaking, Yi Xing moved his feet and walked quickly along the spear shaft toward Jiang Wenlong. Jiang Wenlong's expression was shocked, and his body quickly retreated. He instantly withdrew his spear and swept it across his waist. Total annihilation. The spear swept across like a crescent moon, and in an instant, it shot forward with a terrifying momentum. The air seemed to be cut in half by the spear. Yi Xing was in the air and fell to the ground like 1,000 jin. His body leaned back, and the spear cut above his stomach, but it missed again. Too slow. Yi Xing still gave the same evaluation. "You're courting death." Feeling the sarcasm in Yi Xing's words, Jiang Wenlong was furious and angrily said, "Strength breaking 1,000 mountains." Jiang Wenlong's body jumped up, and with both hands holding the spear, it was as if he was holding a dragon, and fiercely smashed it to the ground. The spearhead drew a sharp spear light and shot out, cutting everything in front of it in half and slashing toward Yi Xing. This spear had an indomitable momentum, and when the spearhead slashed down, it was enough to cut through everything. Unfortunately, the spear's attack was strong, but its transformation was slow. When the spear fell to the ground, Yi Xing had already disappeared. The spearhead split a large piece of the solid floor, but did not touch the corner of Yi Xing's clothes. Too slow, Yi Xing's voice rang out, and the content was the same. However, when Jiang Wenlong heard it this time, he did not feel the slightest bit of anger. He only felt his hair stand on end, and his heart was greatly shocked. Yi Xing's voice came from behind him, so close that it sounded like it was ringing in his ear. Jiang Wenlong's move, strength breaking thousand mountains, was too fierce, and at this moment, he was unable to withdraw his spear and counterattack. Without waiting for Jiang Wenlong to dodge, he felt a pain in the back of his head, and Yi Xing's fist had already landed. With a heavy blow to the head, Jiang Wenlong was suddenly stunned. He only felt a buzzing sound in his head, and his body fell forward. After all, Jiang Wenlong was an LV7 martial Dao master, and his internal strength protected his body, so he was not really stunned by Yi Xing's attack. He rushed forward a few steps, felt the wind behind his head, and immediately turned his body. The spear was like a dragon, sweeping in an instant. Still too slow. Yi Xing's voice rang out again, and Jiang Wenlong's hair stood on end. The voice was right in front of him. However, Jiang Wenlong did not see Yi Xing's body, but only saw a sky full of fist shadows. High-grade martial arts technique, Thousand Shadow Fist. Bang, bang, bang. Not only was Jiang Wenlong punched in the chest, the arm holding the spear was also hit hard, and the long spear in his hand was knocked out of his hand. Even the weapon was knocked out of his hand. Jiang Wenlong was really frightened at this moment, and he used his body movement to the limit to retreat. However, Yi Xing's speed was faster than him. As soon as the Thousand Shadow Fist came out, there were many fist shadows, and Jiang Wenlong's nose and face were swollen. Even if Jiang Wenlong was an LV7 martial Dao master, he could not withstand several blows and was directly knocked to the ground by Yi Xing. His back hit the ground heavily, and the shock made Jiang Wenlong's qi and blood surged. There was a sharp pain in his chest, and blood gushed out of his mouth. Stage of martial arts. Wind-chasing kick. Yi Xing's leg was like the wind, and as fast as lightning. His body turned over, and his leg smashed down like an iron spear. Bang! Jiang Wenlong was hit by Yi Xing's leg, and his stomach was hit hard. Not only did he suffer serious internal injuries, but he was also beaten to incontinence in an instant, and feces and urine came out. Exclamations were heard everywhere, and the students who watched the battle were shocked. They never expected that Jiang Wenlong, a martial Dao master, would be beaten so miserably by Yi Xing. Chapter 100. Jiang Wenlong suffered such a heavy blow that he almost fainted from the pain. If it was a battle of life and death, Yi Xing could easily take Jiang Wenlong's life. Since it was an assessment, Yi Xing naturally wouldn't be so ruthless. After severely injuring Jiang Wenlong, he retreated. Did I win? Yi Xing asked the shocked administrator. A 6th-stage martial artist had severely injured a 7th-stage grandmaster. The administrator was shocked and lost in thought. He only reacted when Yi Xing asked. In an assessment, one side didn't necessarily lose if they were injured. This was because opponents of similar strength could be injured. The one who was injured first might not necessarily lose in the end. Therefore, only by admitting defeat would one be considered to have lost. If one didn't admit defeat, the battle could continue. The current Jiang Wenlong was obviously unable to admit defeat on his own. However, since he was already injured to this extent, Yi Xing could not continue to attack him. Naturally, he had to let the steward make the decision. When the administrator came back to his senses, he looked at Yi Xing in shock. He nodded and said, "I won. Of course I won." Yi Xing smiled faintly and left the arena. Jiang Wenlong was naturally carried away. At this moment, the students in the other arenas were in an uproar. When they heard the exclamations, they looked over and realized that Jiang Wenlong, who was in the 7th stage of the martial path, had actually been defeated by Yi Xing and was severely injured. The gap between a 6th-stage martial artist and a 7th-stage grandmaster was huge. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. When they heard the news, they were all shocked. All the students regretted not watching the battle between Yi Xing and Jiang Wenlong. They had missed the opportunity to watch a 6th-stage martial artist defeat a 7th-stage grandmaster. Such an opportunity was hard to come by in a lifetime. Luckily, they were still in the middle of the competition. Yi Xing's next opponent would definitely be a 7th-level grandmaster. All the students had already decided in their hearts that they absolutely couldn't miss out on Yi Xing's next battle. The students who had already been eliminated as spectators were naturally here to watch the show. As for the students who hadn't been eliminated, especially those who were at the 7th level of the adept level, their expressions were solemn. They treated Yi Xing as a powerful opponent. Not long after, the other 4 battles also ended one after another. The victors were all 7th-level grandmasters. In particular, the winners in the middle, south, and north arenas were Jing Feitian, Yu Cixue, and Li Yanzhao. All 3 of them had defeated martial Dao masters of the same realm and were equally famous, becoming the hot topic of discussion. As the only girl among the 3, Yu Cixue won the admiration of countless male students and became the most popular student. As for the winner in the West Arena, Ling Fengjue, his opponent was only at the peak of the 6th stage. This was a natural result and was ignored by most of the students. The last 5 matches of the second round of the elimination round soon began. In this round, there were 2 pairs of martial Dao masters, which attracted the attention of the audience. After a fierce battle, the victors of the 2 martial Dao masters were finally decided. One was Bian Chusheng, and the other was Zhao Shengyang. As for the other 3 battles, the opponents of the martial Dao masters were all 6th-level martial artists. These 6th-level martial artists were quite outstanding in the same realm, but they were far inferior in front of the 7th-level masters. Naturally, the 3 martial Dao masters won. At the end of the second round, the top 10 freshman assessment were decided. They were Jing Feitian, Yu Cixue, Li Yanzhao, Bian Chusheng, Zhao Shengyang, Ling Fengjue, Nen Xinro, Yuhua, Yang Ping, and Yi Xing. Among the top 10, there were 9 martial Dao masters, and only Yi Xing was a 6th-level martial artist. However, no one had any objection to this. Yi Xing entered the top 10 because of his strength. At least half of the martial Dao masters in the top 10 were very afraid of Yi Xing. However, Yi Xing was not the most popular among the top 10. Jing Feitian, Yu Cixue, Li Yanzhao, Bian Chusheng, and Zhao Shengyang, the 5 7th-level masters who had defeated masters of the same realm, were the real heroes and the most popular candidates for the top 5. After all, Yi Xing's cultivation was his weakness in front of the 7th-level masters. Naturally, the strength of the 5 7th-level masters, including Jing Feitian, was more convincing, and Yi Xing was just more surprising. The assessment entered the 3rd round of the elimination round, and 5 out of 10 would advance. In this round, the 5 people who had defeated masters of the same realm would draw lots. Their targets were Ling Fengjue, Nen Xinro, Yuhua, Yang Ping, and Yi Xing. Li Yanzhao, Bian Chusheng, Ling Fengjue, and Yuhua had all come into contact with Xiong Qixing, and their gazes towards Yi Xing were very unfriendly. However, in this round, they did not directly challenge Yi Xing like Jiang Wenlong did. Yi Xing was only a 6th-level martial Dao master. A 7th-level master challenging a 6th-level martial artist was a disgrace. It would be good if he won, but if he lost, it would be really embarrassing. Jiang Wenlong had now become a joke. With this lesson in mind, the other 4 naturally would not take the initiative to challenge Yi Xing. In any case, as long as Yi Xing advanced, there would always be a chance to deal with Yi Xing. After the drawing of lots, the names of the 3rd round were confirmed. Jing Feitian against Ling Fengjue, Yu Cixue against Nen Xinro, Li Yanzhao against Yuhua, Bian Chusheng against Yang Ping, and Zhao Shengyang against Yi Xing. When the battle venues were confirmed, most of the students ran to the east and west. Very few went to the other 3 venues. The Eastern venue was Yu Xue against Nanshinro. Among the top 10, only the two of them were women. Moreover, they were both beautiful and had high popularity. Zhao Xingyang and Yi Xing were on the west side of the arena. There was no doubt that compared to the duel between martial Dao masters, Yi Xing, LV6 martial artist, was the most interesting duel among the students. If it weren't for the two beauties, Yu Xue and Nanshinro, who had attracted a lot of spectators, more than 80% of the students would have run to the Western venue. Western venue. Yi Xing and Zhao Xingyang faced off. I'm not that trash, Jiang Wenlong. Zhao Xingyang glared at Yi Xing. As an 8-star Destiny Realm genius, Zhao Xingyang was naturally one of the people who mocked Yi Xing. At that time, he never expected that a 2-star Destiny Realm that he regarded as trash would become his opponent in the assessment. Although Yi Xing defeated Jiang Wenlong, Zhao Xingyang was still confident. In the previous round, he also defeated a 7th-level martial Dao master. He didn't think that he was weaker than Yi Xing naturally. Zhao Xingyang didn't dare to look down on Yi Xing like before. He already regarded Yi Xing as an opponent on the same level. Yi Xing's figure was like a mountain. He faintly smiled. There's no difference between the two of you. Zhao Xingyang was furious. Don't think that you can look down on other martial Dao masters just because you defeated Jiang Wenlong. I will let you understand how terrifying a martial Dao master is. Yi Xing's smile didn't change. I'll be waiting. Around the venue, the students were also discussing. Student A, who do you think will win? Student B, I think it should be Zhao Xingyang. He also defeated a 7th-level martial Dao master in the previous round. Student C, Yi Xing is already very heaven-defying to be able to rush into the top 10. This is also because of his good luck. Jiang Wenlong seems to be the last to break through to the 7th level. If he met another 7th-level martial Dao master in the previous round, he might not have one. Student D, I think we should ask how long Yi Xing can last against Zhao Xingyang. Zhao Xingyang was one of the popular candidates for the top 5. The students were very confident in him. On the contrary, they had very little confidence in Yi Xing. Most of them thought that Yi Xing would lose this battle. It was just a matter of how long he could last against Zhao Xingyang. The surrounding discussions made Zhao Xingyang extremely proud, and he smiled mischievously. On the other hand, Yi Xing's figure was still tall and straight, and he was like a mountain that stood firmly in the abyss. The words of the others didn't affect him in the slightest. He wouldn't refute these words. He would only use facts to prove it. Let's start, the deacon on the side ordered. Zhao Xingyang chuckled, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. His two palms turned crimson red, as if they were about to burn. Red flame palm. It was a high-grade martial art technique with fire attribute internal force. Its power was amazing. Aren't you fast? Let's see which is faster, your speed or my palm print. Zhao Xingyang sneered. He channeled his internal force, and the red color of his palms became more obvious. He slammed his palm toward Yi Xing. The wind from the palm whistled, and the heat wave was like a tide. A red palm print was instantly launched. The palm print wasn't as sharp as the sword Qi, but its power was definitely stronger. It was very powerful. Yi Xing stepped on the Big Dipper, and his body was like a phantom. He dodged the palm print attack in an instant. However, before Yi Xing could counterattack, Zhao Xingyang shouted again, 5 chain seals. Bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Xingyang launched 5 consecutive palm prints. 5 palm prints were launched at the same time. It was difficult to tell which one was first as they attacked Yi Xing. The 5 palm prints blocked all of Yi Xing's escape routes. Yi Xing's eyes narrowed. His opponent's palm technique restrained his movement technique. However, Yi Xing's expression was as usual. The corner of his mouth curled up. He relied on more than just his movement technique. Boom! Yi Xing punched out. In an instant, the roar of a tiger could be heard. An explosive aura instantly surged in all directions like a tide. Unleashing the tiger roar, Yi Xing advanced courageously like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. rushing toward Zhao Xingyang. Bang! The red flame palm print was smashed by Yi Xing's punch. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to Zhao Xingyang. Seeing that Yi Xing wanted to fight him head-on, Zhao Xingyang was not surprised. His opponent was only at the 6th level of cultivation. In terms of internal force, he was far superior. In a head-on fight, he could heavily injure his opponent in less than 3 moves. Red flame palm, roaring tiger fist. In an instant, the 2 fists and palms collided. With a loud boom, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The surrounding spectators all widened their eyes in shock. They stared intently at the 2 people in the battle, afraid that they would miss a single moment. After the explosion, Zhao Xingyang's body shook. He immediately took a step back, and his expression changed. Take another punch. Yi Xing was invincible. His black hair flew in the wind. He was as powerful as a tiger. He took a step forward and punched out again. The roar of a tiger could be heard in the forest. This is impossible. At this moment, many students exclaimed in shock. In the head-on collision between Yi Xing and Zhao Xingyang, it was Zhao Xingyang who was repelled. This was unbelievable. Chapter 101. The fist and palm collided for the second time. Zhao Xingyang's expression changed again. He took 3 steps back, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Compared to the shock in Zhao Xingyang's eyes, Yi Xing's eyes were full of confidence and high spirits. Compared to defeating his opponent with mysterious movements, he preferred the most direct way to crush his opponent. In a head-on collision, every punch would land on flesh and blood would be spilled. This was the only way to stimulate Yi Xing's boiling blood. This was the only way to release the energy in his body. This was the only way to create the most comfortable feeling and elevate his spirit. Yi Xing's roaring tiger fist had already reached the transcendent state and had reached the acme of perfection. What did it mean to reach perfection? It was only when one used this spirit that it could be considered to have reached perfection. There were different levels in the level of perfection. Yi Xing's roaring tiger fist could only be considered to have just reached the level of perfection. It was at the edge of the level of perfection. True perfection was even more mysterious and unfathomable. It was the highest level of the transformative stage. At this moment, Yi Xing's blood was boiling and his spirit was elevated. In a flash, his roaring tiger fist was even more profound and unpredictable. It had reached the most mysterious level. His aura was almost connected to the heaven and earth. Yi Xing only felt that he had touched a forbidden level. His body was one with the heaven and earth. The power in his body was endless. Take another punch. Yi Xing shouted. His voice was like a tiger's roar. It was so powerful that it shook the surroundings. The students' hearts sank when they heard it. It was as if they were being suppressed by an invisible force. Zhao Xingyang's eyes were suddenly filled with fear. At this moment, Yi Xing's figure was no longer in his eyes. Instead, he saw an incomparably huge tiger roaring at him and pouncing on him. What was spirit? Spirit was the aura, the suppression of the mind. Because Yi Xing's punch was only aimed at Zhao Xingyang, only Zhao Xingyang could feel the spirit of Yi Xing's punch. As for the other students, they felt that Yi Xing's punch was not much different from the previous 2. God was a form of mental suppression. Therefore, the tiger in Zhao Xingyang's eyes was infinitely huge, almost as tall as the sky, occupying the whole world. Seeing such a huge tiger pouncing over, Zhao Xingyang was so scared that he almost peed his pants. There was only fear left in his heart, and he even forgot to use the scarlet flame palm. He just instinctively raised his hands to block. Bang! With a deep sound, Zhao Xingyang's body was like a cannonball as he was sent flying by Yi Xing's punch. He was blasted dozens of feet away and was directly blasted out of the battlefield. The spectating students quickly dodged, and Zhao Xingyang fell to the ground. His arms were dripping with blood, and he spat out blood. He was seriously injured. Previously, when Zhao Xingyang was at a disadvantage, the students were already shocked and exclaimed impossible. However, just as they exclaimed impossible, Yixing gave them an even greater shock. He actually sent Zhao Shengyang flying with a punch. This simply made all the students dumbfounded. Except for the students who dodged Zhao Shengyang's body. The rest were all dumbfounded. They could not believe the scene just now. After Yixing sent Zhao Shengyang flying, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground. All the sounds around him quieted down, and his heart was as still as water. Yixing had coincidentally reached the realm of spirit and transformation with that punch just now. He had a sudden epiphany in his heart. In the process of epiphany, one could accidentally feel a profound understanding and quickly turn it into something one truly understood. For martial artists, epiphany was an opportunity that could only be encountered by chance. The majority of martial artists would not have the chance to experience it even once in their lifetime. After a full breath, the deacon on the side recovered from his shock and announced the result. Yixing wins and advances to the top 5. The deacon's words caused all the martial artists to recover from their dumbfounded state. In an instant, there was an endless stream of surprised discussions. See, Yixing actually defeated Zhao Shengyang. Why didn't Zhao Shengyang resist just now? He only knew how to raise his hand to block. Otherwise, how could he be defeated so miserably by Yixing's punch? A student of the ordinary class and a 2-star heavens mandate, with a cultivation of the 6th stage of the martial path, actually defeated 2 7th-stage grandmasters in a row and advanced to the top 5. Who can tell me, am I dreaming right now? Or am I hallucinating? Top 5 TSK. Even if the worst gets 5th place, there will be 4 upper-grade star accumulating pills and 1 upper-grade medicinal herb as a reward. It's really enviable. Sigh. The other 4 battles are not over yet, and he has already defeated Zhao Shengyang so quickly. I'm afraid his strength is considered to be in the top 5. His final ranking is probably not just 5th. Do you think he will take 1st place? 1st place? See, isn't this too exaggerated? What if he takes 1st place? That's too ridiculous. There are 15 martial Dao masters in the genius class. It's already a great shame for him to enter the top 5. If he takes 1st place, the genius class will not be called the genius class. It will be called the trash class. That's right. The academy specially divided 1 genius class and 10 ordinary classes. Isn't it to highlight the genius class and focus on cultivating geniuses? If the 1st place is taken by the ordinary class, then it's really blind. Why is Yixing sitting there all the time? The battle between him and Zhao Shengyang was not long, so he shouldn't have consumed too much energy. How could he have adjusted his internal breath? Yes, it's really strange. Is he cultivating? It won't be long before the top 5 assessment. What's the use of this time to cultivate? Oh, why are you shouting? Do you feel that there's a strange aura on Yixing? It feels very mysterious and profound. Is there? It seems that there really is. Why do I feel like I'm looking at a martial Dao grandmaster instead of LV6 martial artist when I look at him? I understand. He is having an epiphany. The students discussed in surprise and finally discovered Yixing's abnormality. Moreover, some students thought of an epiphany and almost screamed out in surprise. Epiphany was simply a legend to the majority of martial artists. It was difficult to encounter one in their lifetime. However, any martial artist knew that epiphany was extremely beneficial to martial artists. If they could encounter it, it would be a great opportunity. How is this possible? He's only a LV6 martial artist. How can he reach the state of epiphany? Some students exclaimed in disbelief. Epiphany, since it had the word enlightenment, naturally had something to do with the martial artist's comprehension. Generally speaking, the higher a martial artist's attainment in martial arts, the easier it was for them to have an epiphany. The higher their attainment in martial arts, the higher their cultivation, and it was directly proportional. Therefore, when there were records of epiphany, the person was either a martial sage or a LV9 martial artist. Even LV8 martial artists were rare. Yixing was only a LV6 martial artist. Although his current state was very similar to the legendary Epiphany, some students still found it hard to believe. When some students voiced their doubts, many others chimed in, expressing that it was impossible. However, the deacon in charge of the venue said with certainty, "He has indeed entered the state of Epiphany." This deacon was an LV8 martial artist. He was an LV8 martial artist. His vision was much higher than these new students, so his words were naturally credible. He's really in the state of Epiphany. I heard that entering the state of Epiphany will bring great benefits. Whether it's cultivation or strength, it will increase rapidly. He's already defeated Zhao Xingyang. If his strength increases again in the state of Epiphany, won't he be first in this assessment? The students cried out in surprise once again. Yixing. At this moment, a sudden roar shook the sky. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Yixing. A surging aura erupted, suppressing Yixing's puff. Yixing was interrupted in the process of Epiphany, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. If it had been a normal discussion, no matter how loud it was, Yixing would have calmed himself down and ignored it in the state of Epiphany. However, this roar was like a clap of thunder. Moreover, it was called his name, and it carried a shocking aura that suppressed him. Naturally, it forcibly pulled him out of the state of Epiphany. How difficult was it to enter the state of Epiphany? Interrupting one's Epiphany was equivalent to cutting off one's opportunity. This could lead to a life-and-death battle. Flames of anger burned in Yixing's eyes. Just a little bit more, and he would have completely comprehended. Not only the roaring tiger fist, but many other martial arts techniques would have reached the true state of spirit. However, such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was interrupted at the last moment. This caused his inner breath to go berserk, his chi and blood to flow backward, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. If it were not for his super brain's powerful ability that allowed him to remain clear-headed at such a critical moment and instantly control the berserk inner breath and reverse chi and blood in his body, the moment his epiphany was interrupted, he would have almost gone mad and been severely injured. The students who were discussing in shock immediately quieted down. They looked at Xiong Qixing in front of Yixing in shock. They wondered what kind of undying hatred is there between the two of them. Otherwise, why would Xiong Qixing do such a terrible thing to Yixing? Xiong Qixing, you are seeking death. Yixing stood up. His eyes were filled with terrifying, murderous intent as he stared at Xiong Qixing and said word by word. Xiong Qixing sneered and said, Yixing, you should know the rules in front of your seniors. I'm here to inform you that you'll be the first to fight against Bian Chusheng for the top 5. Yixing said coldly, the arrangement will be decided by the school's deacons. It's not up to a student like you to interfere. You're clearly trying to interrupt my epiphany. Xiong Qixing said in shock. So you're in the middle of an epiphany? Don't joke around. How can you enter the state of epiphany? I'm just here to inform you. I saw that you seemed to be sleeping with your eyes closed, so I spoke a little louder. I'm so sorry. Yixing snorted and said, go ahead and pretend. I'll make you pay for it very soon. As he spoke, Yixing's aura suddenly exploded. He released his cultivation, and it was already at the late stage of LV6. Chapter 102. Although Yixing's epiphany had been interrupted by Xiong Qixing, the superbrain's quick reaction had stopped the chaos in his body and blood, so he wasn't affected too much. In fact, Yixing had benefited greatly from the epiphany. Not only had his martial arts skills improved a lot, but his cultivation had also skyrocketed and reached the late stage of the 6th rank. The only pity was that his martial arts had almost reached the final juncture in the epiphany. If he had completed it, not only would his cultivation be promoted to a higher realm, but he could also enter the state where he could blow Zhao Xingyang away with one punch at any time. Yixing's spirit was so powerful that it seemed to occupy the entire world in Zhao Xingyang's eyes. Zhao Xingyang was scared out of his wits, and didn't dare to fight back. He only cupped his fists and blocked the attack. If every punch could be so powerful, any martial Dao master would be nothing in front of Yixing. They would be like ants. Therefore, even though Yixing had benefited greatly from the epiphany, he was still very angry. Seeing that Yixing's cultivation had reached the late stage of the 6th rank, Xiong Qixing's face darkened. It seemed that he had been too slow in interrupting Yixing's epiphany. Yixing had already benefited greatly from the epiphany. You'll make me pay the price soon? How soon? Now. Xiong Qixing's eyes were sharp and his aura was sharp as he said coldly. Seeing that Yixing's cultivation had increased so quickly, Xiong Qixing wasn't confident about the battle anymore. Yixing had reached the late stage of the 6th rank from the peak of the 5th rank in just 1 month. What would happen in 2 months? Even though Xiong Qixing was confident that he could reach the 8th rank in 2 months, Yixing's cultivation and strength had increased too much. Naturally, he wasn't confident. Yixing was only a 2-star Heavenly Fate Realm cultivator. Logically speaking, this kind of trash would be at the bottom of the list even in the small towns under Azure Sky City. However, Xiong Qixing was aware of Yixing's experience. Before the age of 16, he was a nobody, but after that, he had soared into the sky in just a few months. Not only did he have a great reputation in the celestial Azure City, surpassing one genius after another, he even showed signs of rising rapidly in the Purple Mountain Institute, where geniuses gathered. This made Xiong Qixing fearful of Yixing's future. He felt that the more time passed, the more mature Yixing would become. Therefore, Xiong Qixing couldn't wait for the battle between him and Yixing to start 2 months later. Xiong Qixing had interrupted Yixing's epiphany. This was simply touching Yixing's reverse scale. Ever since he was eliminated to the ordinary class, Yixing's heart had been burning with rage. Now this rage was even more intense. Yixing also didn't want to wait another 2 months to deal with Xiong Qixing. He also wanted to do it as soon as possible. The earlier he dealt with Xiong Qixing, the better Yixing would feel. I'll deal with you after the test. Yixing's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at Xiong Qixing. If he hadn't experienced the epiphany, Yixing wouldn't have challenged Xiong Qixing so quickly. However, the increase in his strength during the epiphany gave him confidence. Xiong Qixing's eyes lit up. His primary purpose for interrupting Yixing's epiphany was to destroy Yixing's opportunity. However, he also thought about provoking Yixing so that Yixing wouldn't be able to hold back his anger and fight with him ahead of time. If Yixing wanted to fight with him now, it would be exactly what Xiong Qixing wanted. Xiong Qixing revealed a cruel smile. Very good. I'll wait for you. No way. Yixing actually wants to fight with Xiong Qixing after the test. This is too reckless. Xiong Qixing is a student of the advanced genius class. His cultivation is already at the peak of the 7th level. Arrogant, too arrogant. I don't even know if he can get first place in the test. Even if he gets first place in the test, he can only defeat a few martial Dao masters in the early 7th level. What right does he have to fight with Xiong Qixing? He may have seen that he defeated a martial Dao master twice in a row and is a little overconfident. He thinks that he can defeat all the martial Dao masters. This is indeed arrogant. He must have been blinded by anger. It's indeed hateful that he was interrupted in the state of epiphany. However, he should know his limits. How can he be Xiong Qixing's opponent? Isn't he asking for trouble? Yixing was actually going to compete with Xiong Qixing, which made all the students extremely shocked, and once again they started to talk about it. At this time, the other 4 battles had already ended. Ling Fengjue defeated Jing Feiqian. Yu Sixue defeated Nin Xinro. Li Yanzhao defeated Yu Hua, and Bian Chusheng defeated Yang Ping. Ling Fengjue, Yu Sixue, Li Yanzhao, Bian Chusheng, and Yixing were the top 5. Except for Yixing, the other 4 were naturally very strong. Xiong Qixing felt happy and sneered in his heart. When the deacons in charge of the test gathered to decide the order of appearance of the top 5, he walked over. Deacon Luo, Xiong Qixing greeted them and then said in an extremely low voice, The first battle of the top 5 will be between Yi Xing and Bian Chusheng. Then it will be between Yi Xing and Yu Xue, Yi Xing and Li Yanzhao, and Yi Xing and Ling Fengjue consecutively. Deacon, he was the deacon who had presided over the battle between Yi Xing and Zhao Shengyang. When he heard this, he said unhappily, "How can you let someone fight 4 battles consecutively? Isn't this a tag team battle? It's very unfair to Yi Xing." When Deacon he saw Xiong Qixing interrupting Yi Xing's epiphany, he knew that there was a huge enmity between the two of them. However, he didn't expect that in order to deal with Yi Xing, Xiong Qixing would even interfere with the test. His expression was unhappy. However, Xiong Qixing was the vice principal's disciple. Even though Deacon he was unhappy, he didn't chase Xiong Qixing away. Furthermore, in order to protect Xiong Qixing's face, he also lowered his voice. Xiong Qixing chuckled and continued in a low voice, "Deacons, this is not my idea, but the idea of my teacher, Vice Principal Wang Haiqing. If Yi Xing, this trash from the ordinary class, were to take the first place, not only would it be a disgrace to the students of the gifted class, but it would also bring shame to the academy. Therefore, it is natural that we must prevent Yi Xing from taking the first place." When they heard Xiong Qixing say that this was Vice Principal Wang Haiqing's idea, the expressions of the deacons changed. Naturally, they didn't have any objections. The school also placed great importance on this new student assessment. Vice Principal Wang Haiqing was watching from the VIP building at the side. They guessed that Xiong Qixing wouldn't dare to pass on his master's idea. The first match of the top 5 ranking battle, Bian Chusheng versus Yi Xing, very quickly, a deacon announced the name list for the first match. The top 5 ranking battle would only take place in the middle of the arena. Match after match, all the spectators gathered around the middle of the arena. Yi Xing and Bian Chusheng walked towards the arena. The students took the initiative to make way for them. Yi Xing went up in the first match, and his target was Bian Chusheng. This was exactly as Xiong Qixing had said before. In addition, before the deacon announced the name list, Xiong Qixing had contacted several deacons. This made Yi Xing understand that Xiong Qixing must have played some tricks in the following battle. However, Yi Xing was not afraid at all. In the face of absolute strength, any method was useless. If Yi Xing couldn't even deal with Bian Chusheng and the other 3 martial Dao masters in the early stage of level 7, then he would be courting death if he still wanted to settle his grudge with Xiong Qixing after the assessment. This was obviously impossible. Hee. Bian Chusheng had a cold smile on his face. "Yi Xing, you are really unexpected. Not only was Jiang Wenlong defeated by you, even Zhao Shengyang was mysteriously defeated by you. However, you're not so lucky to have met me." Lucky? Bian Chusheng thought that he was lucky to have advanced to the top 5. Yi Xing showed a smile on his face. It was good to be confident, but it was stupid to blindly think highly of oneself and look down on others. "What are you laughing at?" Bian Chusheng felt the sarcasm in Yi Xing's smile and said angrily, "I am laughing at you for being an idiot," Yi Xing said lightly. Although Bian Chusheng had never heard of the word idiot, he roughly understood the meaning. There were 2 words in the word idiot. Wasn't it used to describe a fool? Bian Chusheng's face was full of anger. He glared fiercely at Yi Xing and then said to Deacon Luo, "Can we start?" "Let's start." Deacon Luo nodded. "I will let you know who is the real idiot," Bian Chusheng said coldly. In an instant, the surrounding temperature dropped. Bian Chusheng's palm was covered with a layer of white frost. No wonder Bian Chusheng was so confident. It turned out that he was the same as Zhao Shengyang. He had also cultivated his internal strength into an attribute. Moreover, his ice internal strength was more vigorous than Zhao Shengyang's raging flame internal strength. Internal strength with an attribute was cultivated in a special place. For example, raging flame internal strength could only be cultivated in a place with abundant fire energy. On the other hand, ice internal strength could only be cultivated in a place with ice and snow, or in a cold place like a cold pond. Internal strength with an attribute had an additional destructive effect compared to ordinary internal strength. It was more powerful under the same strength. As soon as Bian Chusheng finished speaking, his whole body was like a flying eagle pouncing on a rabbit. He jumped 10 feet and pounced on Yixing with a punch. Upper grade martial skill, Frost Fist. The Frost Fist performed with ice internal strength was very powerful. Moreover, wherever the wind from the palm passed, it would be bone-chilling and weaken the opponent's state. No wonder Bian Chusheng was able to defeat 2 martial Dao masters of the same realm and break into the top 5. Xiong Qixing arranged for Bian Chusheng to fight in the first round. Obviously, he was very sure of Bian Chusheng's strength and wanted to defeat Yixing in the first round. However, in the face of Bian Chusheng's terrifying palm, Yixing's expression did not change at all. He just casually threw out a palm. Are you kidding me? Lower grade martial skill, Great Monument Hand? The audience present were all people who had cultivated upper grade martial skills. How could they not see that Yixing had used a lower grade martial skill, Great Monument Hand? They were extremely shocked. In the eyes of the spectators, Yixing's palm strike was very casual. However, in Bian Chusheng's eyes, this palm strike covered the heavens and earth. Bian Chusheng's expression changed drastically, and his heart trembled. The momentum of the frigid frost palm dissipated instantly. In the shocked eyes of the audience, Bian Chusheng's frost fist was defeated and was slapped away by Yixing's palm. However, Yixing's palm continued to move forward and imprinted on Bian Chusheng's chest. Bang! Bian Chusheng was sent flying by Yixing's palm. He was like a kite with a broken string floating in the distance. Chapter 103. Whether it was the students or the deacons, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the teachers in the VIP building and the higher-ups of the academy had a change in expression. Their faces were filled with obvious shock. A master in the 7th stage of the martial path was defeated by Yixing, who was in the 6th stage of the martial path. This was unbelievable. Bian Chusheng flew more than 10 feet away and fell to the ground. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and couldn't get up for a while. His face was ashen. Not only was his body severely injured, but his mind was also severely damaged. Bian Chusheng finally understood why Yixing called him an idiot. It was because he was an idiot. He couldn't even block Yixing's palm, but he thought that he was infallible in front of Yixing. It was ridiculous. Bian Chusheng's defeat made Yu Xue, Li Yanzhao, and Ling Fengjue look serious. Yixing's strength was far beyond their expectations. The first round, Yixing wins. Bian Chusheng loses. Deacon Luo was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and announced the results of the first round. Then, he announced the names of the participants for the second round. The second round, Yu Xue versus Yixing. Many students found it strange that Yixing would be in the second round. Logically speaking, since Yixing had participated in the first round, he wouldn't participate in the second round. It should be a fight between 2 of the remaining 3 people. The third round would be between the last person and Yixing, who had won the first round. The same person was arranged for 2 consecutive rounds. This was suspected to be a tag team battle. However, the students knew that Yixing defeated Bian Chusheng with a single palm. He didn't consume much energy. Even if he fought consecutively, his opponent in the second round wouldn't be able to take advantage of him. Yu Xue walked in front of Yixing. Her expression was charming as she said softly to Yixing, "Senior brother Yi, please show mercy." As the goddess of the genius class, Yu Xixue's expression almost stole the souls of many male students. Many male students wished they could replace Yixing and imagine that Yu Xixue would be so charming to them. Yixing's expression didn't change at all as he nodded slightly. Although Yu Xixue was beautiful, Yixing had seen the true face of Wei Qingxian, who was 10 times more beautiful than her. Now, Yixing's standards of beauty were no longer that of a country bumpkin. He compared everything to Wei Qingxian. In the face of Yu Xixue's charm, his heart was as calm as still water. Let's begin. Deacon Luo ordered. He would be the judge of the top 5 ranking battles. Whoosh! As soon as Deacon Luo's voice fell, Yu Sishue's figure disappeared in a flash. Upper grade movement technique, wind shadow steps. The wind shadow steps was extremely fast. When it was used, one could only hear the sound of the wind and not see the body. Because of the extreme speed, the body faded into a faint shadow. In terms of strength, Yu Sishue wasn't stronger than other early stage, 7th stage masters. Her strength was in her movement technique. With the wind shadow steps, which had surpassed the initial stage, she appeared and disappeared like a ghost and attacked her opponent suddenly. Whoosh! Yixing stepped on the Big Dipper, and his body also turned illusory, leaving behind afterimages. Competing with him in movement technique? This was Yixing's strength. In the next moment, Yu Sishue's body appeared behind Yixing. Her fist was like a dragon emerging from the sea. It was powerful and overbearing. She used the upper-grade martial skill, Tyrant Dragon Fist. However, at this moment, Yixing's body had already disappeared. His afterimage flashed beside Yu Sishue. Yu Sishue's fist missed. Yixing appeared a few feet away from Yu Sishue, playing with a jade hairpin in his hand. Yu Sishue originally wanted to continue fighting with her opponent using the wind shadow steps. However, when she saw the jade hairpin in Yixing's hand, her expression changed. It was the hairpin on her head. She touched her head, and sure enough, the hairpin had disappeared. A piercing chill appeared in Yu Sishue's heart. Yixing took the hairpin from her head, and she didn't even notice. Didn't that mean that if Yixing wanted her life, she would already be dead? Thank you, Senior Brother Yi, for showing mercy. Sishue has lost. Yu Sishue bowed respectfully to Yixing with a face full of reverence. Yixing returned the hairpin to his opponent. In the second round, he won with one move again. At this time, the shock on the faces of the students was no longer as intense. The shock that Yixing had caused them had already reached the limit, and they were beginning to become numb. After Yixing's enlightenment, his strength has increased by a lot. Bian Chusheng and Yu Sishue were both defeated by him in one move. It seems that first place in the exam will really be taken by him. Some students sighed. Yixing, as a student of the common class, had won first place in the exam. If such a thing really happened, it was likely that many years later, it would still be spread throughout the Purple Mountain Academy. This was because Yixing was originally in the gifted class. It was the academy that eliminated him to the common class. In the process of spreading this news, the academy would undoubtedly be the one that was slapped in the face. It seems that eliminating him to the common class was indeed the academy's mistake. He will definitely take first place in this exam. Li Yanzhao and Ling Fengjue's strength shouldn't be much different from Bian Chusheng and Yu Sishue's. I wonder if they can withstand one move from Yixing. Some students said so. These words received the approval of the majority of the students. After all, based on the strength that Yixing had displayed, the results could basically be determined. The only difference was whether Li Yanzhao and Ling Fengjue could withstand one move from Yixing or even longer. At the highest floor of the VIP building, Vice Principal Wang Haiqing's face was gloomy. Yixing's elimination from the gifted class was something that Wang Haiqing had told him. Now, the more outstanding Yixing's performance was, the more Wang Haiqing's face would be slapped. Vice Principal Wang, such a genius, was actually eliminated to the common class. Hee, this is your people's negligence. An old man in his 60s stroked his long beard as he looked at Wang Haiqing. The corners of his eyes carried a faintly discernible smile. There were a total of 3 vice principals in the Indigo Mountain Institute. This old man was called Wu Yinshan, and he was also a vice principal. However, because the Wang clan's descendant, Wang Feng, was Zishan Ho's adopted son, Wang Haiqing's position in the Indigo Mountain Institute also rose along with the tide. It was faintly surpassing the other 2 vice principals. Most of the time, Wang Haiqing had the right to speak. Wang Haiqing was only in his 50s, and he was the youngest among the 3 vice principals. However, he was able to suppress the other 2 vice principals, which naturally caused the other two vice principals to be dissatisfied. Among the three vice principals, Mo Xiaocong only listened to Wang Haiqing. Now that Wang Haiqing's people had made a mistake, Wu Yinshan naturally took the opportunity to attack. Wang Haiqing coldly snorted and took a sip of tea. His expression slowly returned to normal as he said, "The competition is not over yet, and it's still too early to make a conclusion. Moreover, Yi Xing is only a 2-star Heavenly Fate Realm cultivator. How can he have any future prospects? Even if he's strong for now, it doesn't mean anything." Wu Yinshan didn't let go of this opportunity and said, "A 2-star Heavenly Fate Realm cultivator is naturally weak, but it doesn't mean that he can't become talent. No talent can stop luck, and luck is accumulated by standing at the peak time after time. If Yi Xing can obtain first place in this competition, it can be seen that his luck isn't small. There's still hope for him to become a talent in the future. Then Mo Xiaocong has really eliminated a genius, and he should be punished. At the very least, he should be stripped of his qualifications to lead the genius class, and a more steady and meticulous teacher should be sent to lead the new students." The other vice principal, Li Xiaoran, also nodded. "That's right. If Yi Xing obtains first place, then Mo Xiaocong's qualifications to lead the genius class will be stripped." In the Violet Mountain Academy, there were several 9th-stage martial path teachers, but there were only 2 in the genius class. Not all 9th-stage martial masters were qualified to lead the genius class. And once they lead the genius class, they would have a teacher-student relationship with the other geniuses in the genius class. In the future, when these geniuses graduate and return to their respective families, they would either become elders or patriarchs. Therefore, being a teacher in the genius class was a good job. The 3 vice principals each had their own factions, and naturally, they would want their own people to be the teachers of the genius class. Wu Yinshan and Li Xiaoran, the 2 vice principals, had joined hands. And with Mo Xiaocong's weakness, it was completely possible to remove Mo Xiaocong from his position. Even Wang Haiqing would not be able to keep his position. After all, Wang Haiqing's words were only slightly more powerful, but not to the extent of being the king of the academy. At this time, Wu Yinshan's old face lit up with joy. He laughed. Yi Xing defeated Li Yinjiao with 1 move again. It seems like Ling Fengjue is about the same under Yi Xing. The first place of the examination is Yi Xing's for sure. Li Xiaoran's expression was also filled with joy. As long as Mo Xiaocong's position was removed, then his people would have a 50% chance of succeeding. On the square, Li Yinjiao's situation was similar to Bian Chuxing's. He was also sent flying by Yi Xing's palm. Towards someone who had an agreement with Xiong Qixing, Yi Xing would not show mercy. The third match, Yi Xing wins, Li Yinjiao loses. The fourth match, Ling Fengjue versus Yi Xing. Deacon Luo first announced the result of the third match, then immediately announced the name list for the fourth match. For the 4 consecutive matches, Yi Xing was present in all of them. He fought against 4 people in a row. Anyone could see that there was something fishy about the arrangement of the matches. It was obvious that they wanted to take turns to deal with Yi Xing. They did not want Yi Xing to obtain the first place of the examination. However, even if they took turns to fight, it did not have any effect. Looking at Yi Xing's expression, he did not look like he had consumed too much inner strength. In the 3 consecutive matches, Yi Xing defeated his opponents with 1 move, so he did not consume much inner strength. Therefore, in the 4th match against Ling Fengjue, Yi Xing was still in peak condition. At this time, even the most biased students were certain of the result. The first place of the examination would definitely belong to Yi Xing. Even if they did not want to see this result, Yi Xing's strength was too terrifying. Bian Chuxing, Yu Xue, and Li Yinjiao were all defeated with 1 move. Ling Fengjue could not possibly be Yi Xing's opponent. Ling Fengjue walked into the arena and faced Yi Xing. Yi Xing was like a mountain standing tall and deep in the abyss. His temperament was otherworldly, while Ling Fengjue frowned slightly. His expression was melancholy. The difference in their auras was instantly determined. There was almost no suspense about the result of this match. However, at this time, a voice drilled into Yi Xing's ears. Yi Xing, I am the Vice Dean, Wang Haiqing. You have lost this match. After this, I will recall you back to the gifted class. The voice had been in a high position for a long time and was filled with a commanding tone. There will be another chapter tonight. The monthly votes are very sad. I beg for a monthly vote in tears. Chapter 104. Wang Haiqing. Jiang Haiqing was Xiong Qixing's master. Although it was Xiong Qixing who stepped in to eliminate him from the gifted class, Wang Haiqing's shadow was definitely behind it. Yi Xing was enraged. Wang Haiqing's words had caused him to fly into a rage. He wanted him to lose this battle. Furthermore, he was using a commanding tone. Yi Xing sneered in his heart. Who did he think he was? Perhaps because he saw the dissatisfaction on Yi Xing's face, Wang Haiqing's voice once again sounded in Yi Xing's ears. If you lose this battle, I can recall you back to the gifted class. If you dare to win, in this Purple Mountain Academy, there will be me, Wang Haiqing, and there will be no Yi Xing a threat. It was a blatant threat. Facing the threat of a vice principal, how many students would not be afraid? Coincidentally, Yi Xing was one of them. I, Yi Xing, do things according to my heart. Who dares to force me? Yi Xing could not use his inner strength to transmit his voice to the other party. He could only snort coldly in his heart. At this moment, Ling Fengjia, who was opposite Yi Xing, also received Wang Haiqing's inner strength transmission. I am Wang Haiqing. Yi Xing has received my warning. You can attack as you wish. He won't dare to resist. Wang Haiqing had too much confidence in his own prestige. He thought that with his threat, he would definitely be able to make Yi Xing, a junior from an ordinary city, submit to him. Wang Haiqing, Vice Principal Wang? Ling Fengjue's eyes lit up. Yi Xing's goal was to become a martial saint. He did not place too much importance on Wang Haiqing, the vice principal. However, in Ling Fengjue's eyes, Wang Haiqing was an unreachable figure. After receiving Vice Principal Wang's transmission, how could Ling Fengjie not be happy? He did not doubt Wang Haiqing's words. He believed that Yi Xing would definitely listen to Wang Haiqing's warning and not dare to attack. No matter how strong Yi Xing was, if he did not dare to make a move, what was there to be afraid of? The fear in Ling Fengjie's heart immediately receded, and he became high-spirited. Yi Xing, if I defeat you, my name will definitely spread far and wide, and I will even take first place in the examination. Ling Fengjie thought to himself, and he was incomparably happy. When Deacon Luo said begin, Ling Fengjie immediately unsheathed his sword and turned it into a cold light, thrusting towards Yi Xing high-grade martial skill. 9 Gale Swords. The sword was like a gust of wind, and the sword light was like lightning. It was extremely fast. Ling Fengjie believed Wang Haiqing's words and believed that Yi Xing would not fight back. Therefore, this sword attack was completely offensive. It was fast, but in Yi Xing's eyes, it was full of openings. His gaze turned cold, and he instantly attacked. Low-grade martial skill, flower-piercing hands. Yi Xing's hands were like butterflies piercing through flowers, passing through the sword light. In Ling Fengjie's eyes, Yi Xing's hands also turned into 2 butterflies fluttering in the wind. His sword light was like blooming flowers. No matter how fast the butterflies flew or how dense the flowers were, the butterflies did not come into contact with any of the flowers. In an instant, Yi Xing's hands pierced through the sword light. One of his hands slapped on Ling Fengjie's wrist, and the other on the sword hilt. Whoosh in an instant, the treasured sword shot out from Ling Fengjie's hands, and was directly sent flying by Yi Xing. Ling Fengjie was surprised that Yi Xing dared to ignore Vice Dean Wang's warning, and actually dared to fight back. He felt a pain in his chest as he suffered a heavy blow. Pung, 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 pung. Yi Xing punched out, and his fist turned into 1,000 shadows, overlapping each other. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 punches landed on Ling Fengjue's chest. He could only blame Ling Fengjue's bad luck. At this moment, Yi Xing's heart was burning with anger, so his attacks were much heavier than those of Bian Chusheng and Li Yanjiao. After receiving more than 10 punches from Yi Xing, Ling Fengjue's internal organs were damaged, and he was severely injured. His body was immediately sent flying, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood in the air. Ling Fengjue's defeat was not out of the expectations of the students. However, Yi Xing used 2 moves to beat him up so miserably, which shocked the students. They naturally did not know that before the battle, Yi Xing was threatened by Wang Haiqing, and his heart was burning with anger. Therefore, Ling Fengjue was in the same group as Xiong Qixing, so his attacks were heavier. Of course, if the students knew that Yi Xing was threatened by Wang Haiqing, they would be even more shocked. In the Purple Mountain Academy, even a Weisstein's threat was ignored. This was even more shocking than seriously injuring Ling Fengjue. Impudent. On the highest floor of the VIP building, Wang Haiqing was furious as he roared. A mere 6th-level martial artist from an ordinary city, a mere 2-star martial artist with trash aptitude, dared to treat Wang Haiqing's words as wind past one's ears and directly ignore them? This was simply preposterous. Wang Haiqing had been in a high position for a long time. Among the 3 Weissteins of the Purple Mountain Academy, he was the one with the most authority. Even a 9th-level master would have to be respectful in front of him. However, he was unable to suppress a new student of the ordinary class, even after transmitting his voice twice. How could he not be angry in his heart? This roar came from the highest floor of the VIP building, and all the students in the square heard it clearly. Even though the students could not tell that it was Weisstein Wang Haiqing's voice, the roar that came from the highest floor of the VIP building caused the students to be incomparably shocked, and their hearts shook. Some students even guessed that the owner of the voice was Weisstein Wang Haiqing, and were even more shocked. Just how terrifying was a Weisstein's anger? Who could withstand it? Yi Xing was not as scared as the other students towards Wang Haiqing's roar. Even though he acted ostentatiously, in reality, he was bold and meticulous and knew what was going on. If the person who was threatening him was Zishan Ho, telling him to lose this battle, then Yi Xing would not say another word and would definitely tuck his tail between his legs and behave obediently and not offend Zishan Ho. First, because Zishan Ho was a martial saint, the strongest peerless expert that Yi Xing knew. Yi Xing's goal was to cultivate into a martial saint. In other words, since he had achieved his goal, he would only be on par with Zishan Ho, and might not even have Zishan Ho's strength. Offending him would be unwise. Second, because Zishan Ho was the person with the highest authority in Zishan County. He was the Duke of Zishan County. In Zishan County, no one could control him. Therefore, if he wanted to kill someone, even if he had no reason, no one could stop him. But Wang Haiqing was different. Wang Haiqing did not have either of these 2 reasons. First, Wang Haiqing was not a martial saint, and second, he was not the person with the highest authority in Zishan County. He was still restricted by people with higher authority, such as Zishan Ho. Therefore, it was destined that Wang Haiqing could not act recklessly. No matter how great his authority was, he still had to act according to the rules. Otherwise, if he did something he should not do, he would be punished by people with higher authority. The most important point was that Mu Feng had once told Yi Xing that a cultivator's dignity could not be sullied. If he had to resist, he should resist. Mu Feng, as a member of the Marquis household, being able to say these words was obviously not a casual remark, but rather a proof of one thing. That was, Zishan Ho was a person who managed things and would not allow the upper echelons of the academy to oppress the students. Only in this way would Mu Feng's words be meaningful and not empty words. Because of all these reasons, Yi Xing did not take Wang Haiqing's threat seriously. A cultivator's dignity could not be sullied. Only in a situation where there was no other choice would they be oppressed. As long as there was a chance, they would live with dignity and fight back against anyone who oppressed them. Yi Xing's fist was still unable to land on Wang Haiqing's body. Therefore, he could only let Ling Fengjue suffer, who asked him to collude with Xiong Qixing, and Xiong Qixing was Wang Haiqing's disciple, on the highest floor of the VIP building. Compared to Wang Haiqing's anger, Wu Yunshan and Li Xiaoran, the two vice deans, were full of smiles. They were in a good mood. Yi Xing defeating Ling Fengjue and obtaining first place in the assessment was exactly what the two vice deans wanted. Wu Yunshan chuckled and said, "Vice Dean Wang, why are you so excited? The battle for first place is the most intense." Yi Xing, in order to prevent himself from being defeated in the last round, used a bit more strength. This is very normal. In order to eliminate the impact of Wang Haiqing's angry shout, Wu Yunshan deliberately used his inner strength when speaking. His voice spread out so that everyone could hear him. "Ha! Yi Xing, don't be afraid. You were able to obtain first place in the assessment. You are the pillar of our Zishan Academy. No one can make things difficult for you. As for that Ling Fengjue, he suffered heavy injuries. This is not a problem. Wu Yunshan, will heal him." Wu Yunshan said a lot before realizing that Yi Xing might not know who he was from his voice, so he deliberately mentioned his name. This made Yi Xing smile in his heart. There was no need for Zishan Ho to come out and control Wang Haiqing. Zishan Academy had 3 vice deans. Wang Haiqing obviously could not cover the sky with one hand. This vice dean Wu Yunshan could go against him. For Yi Xing, this was naturally a good thing. As for the other students, when they heard that the speaker was Vice Dean Wu Yunshan, they were surprised. Vice deans were too high up for students. It was very difficult for students to come in contact with them. Because of this, Xiong Qixing did not have the best aptitude in the advanced genius class, nor did he have the highest cultivation. However, he was Wang Haiqing's personal disciple, which made him limitless in the advanced genius class. Yi Xing had only been in the Zishan Academy for a month, but he had already angered one of the vice deans and made another vice dean speak up for him. This made the other students surprised. However, Vice Principal Wu Yunshan was not the only one who spoke up for Yi Xing. Vice Principal Li Xiaoran also spoke up. "Vice Principal Wu is right. Yi Xing is one of the pillars of our Purple Mountain Academy. He is the #1 genius amongst the new students. He should be rewarded. How could he be so presumptuous? Moreover, such a genius was actually eliminated to the ordinary class. They really had eyes but failed to see. They missed out on such a talent. Some people should be punished. Some people should wake up." Li Xiaoran did not need to point out his identity. Others could guess who the speaker was. Interrupting Wang Haiqing and Wu Yunshan when the two vice deans were speaking, and even criticizing the genius class teacher Mo Xiao's song, of course, it was the other vice dean, Li Xiaoran. This made the other students even more surprised. Both Wu Yunshan and Li Xiaoran praised Yi Xing. Wang Haiqing snorted and no longer said anything. At this time, Yi Xing had won the first place in the new student assessment and had the support of 2 vice deans. Even Wang Haiqing could not touch a single hair on Yi Xing's head. Under the affirmation of the 2 vice deans, Yi Xing's first place result naturally had no objections. It was confirmed that he received 12 high-grade star accumulating pills and 3 high-grade herbs as a generous reward. Chapter 105. Not long after, the 2nd to 5th places were also decided. Because Bian Chusheng, Li Yinzhao, and Ling Fengjue had all suffered heavy injuries from Yi Xing, the 2nd place was taken by the uninjured Yi Xue. Ling Fengjue's injuries were the heaviest. Even if he received treatment, he wouldn't be able to recover much of his strength in a short period of time. Naturally, he was ranked last among the 5. Bian Chusheng and Li Yinzhao had another fierce battle. In the end, Bian Chusheng won by half a move and took 3rd place. Li Yinzhao took 4th place. After the top 5 places were decided, the reward for the 2nd to 5th places were also given out. However, although several people received generous rewards, other than Yi Xue, Bian Chusheng, Li Yinzhao, and Ling Fengjue didn't have the slightest bit of joy. Each of them was frowning. After the top 5 rewards were given out, the top 10, top 20, and top 40 rewards were also given out. Many students received rewards, and most of them were very happy in their hearts. As for the students who didn't enter the top 40, they could only look at others with envious eyes. The new student assessment ended in a situation where a small number of people were happy and a large number of people were envious. However, many students knew that today's big event wasn't over yet. Perhaps the real big event had not yet begun and was about to begin. Compared to the battle between Yi Xing and Xiong Qixing, the new student assessment was simply a child's play, not worth mentioning. Sure enough, when Deacon Luo announced the end of the new student assessment, Yi Xing shouted loudly, "Xiong Qixing, it's your turn." The previous conversation between Yi Xing and Xiong Qixing was not known to all students. A large number of students were unaware. Hearing that Yi Xing actually called out Xiong Qixing's name, they couldn't help but be shocked. Xiong Qixing was not only an outstanding genius in the advanced genius class, he was also the personal disciple of Vice Principal Wang Haiqing, who in the Purple Mountain Institute did not know of him. As for Yi Xing, although he had obtained first place in the freshman assessment, in the hearts of the students, he still couldn't be compared to the elites of the advanced genius class. Yi Xing challenging Xiong Qixing was naturally shocking. Has his head been kicked by a donkey? He's already gotten first place in the new student exam. How glorious is that? Yet he insists on challenging a student from the advanced genius class. Isn't he just asking for trouble and looking for a beating? Someone thought in his heart. As for the students who had overheard the conversation between Yi Xing and Xiong Qixing, they were somewhat moved and could not help but sigh. Yi Xing was really fearless. However, they were also not optimistic about the outcome of Yi Xing challenging Xiong Qixing. Not to mention the students, even the deacons, teachers, and the 3 vice deans were shocked. Yi Xing's challenge to Xiong Qixing was out of everyone's expectations. Even they were shocked. The one who had the strongest emotional reaction was none other than Wang Haiqing. Wang Haiqing's first reaction was anger. Yi Xing had ignored his warning and obtained first place in the assessment. This already made Wang Haiqing furious. Now, Yi Xing had challenged his disciple Xiong Qixing in front of everyone's eyes. This provoked his nerves even more. However, the anger only existed for a moment. Wang Haiqing's heart was filled with joy. Xiong Qixing was a master at the peak of 7th stage, while Yi Xing had only defeated a few masters at the early stage of 7th stage. Although he had won cleanly, the difference in strength between the early stage of 7th stage and the peak of 7th stage was not small. Wang Haiqing did not think that Yi Xing would be a match for Xiong Qixing. Wang Haiqing was worried about how to deal with Yi Xing. Now that he had borrowed Xiong Qixing's hand to deal with him, it was not a bad idea. Wang Haiqing immediately transmitted his voice to Xiong Qixing using internal energy. "Sheng'er, don't have any scruples. Just beat him to death. If he admits defeat and begs for mercy, humiliate him. If he doesn't, then beat him until he's crippled." Hearing this, the corners of Xiong Qixing's mouth curled up. His eyes revealed a trace of pride. He thought to himself, "Yi Xing, this time I'll make you beg for death." Xiong Qixing quickly walked into the center of the square. His eyes were cold and fierce, like a poisonous snake staring at Yi Xing. "Yi Xing, don't say that I, Xiong Qixing, am bullying you. You're digging your own grave." Xiong Qixing was delighted, but he pretended to be arrogant and cold. He said coldly, "Come, I'd like to see how strong you, the number 1 freshman, are. You dare to challenge me, Xiong Qixing." "Xiong Qixing, don't ruin the reputation of our advanced class. Deal with him hard. Teach this kid a lesson. Let him know the difference between a freshman and an advanced class student. Teach him a hard lesson as a warning to others. Let the freshmen know the consequences of disrespecting their seniors." Because of their standpoint, the majority of the advanced class students naturally stood on Xiong Qixing's side. Many of them shouted loudly. Only Wei Qingxian clenched her fists and silently cheered Yi Xing on. "Yi Xing, you must win. Do your best. Do your best." Although the battle between Yi Xing and Xiong Qixing could be seen as a battle between a freshman and a senior. The advanced class students supported Xiong Qixing because of this. However, not many of the freshmen supported Yixing. They didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in Yixing. In fact, many of the advanced class students felt that Yixing had taken first place in the exam and even took the opportunity to ridicule Yixing. As for the elders of the academy, even Wu Yunshan and Li Xiaoran, who had just publicly praised Yixing, couldn't help but furrow their brows at this moment. They felt that Yixing was too arrogant. Between Yixing and Xiong Qixing, they naturally favored Xiong Qixing more. The entire Zishan Academy, from top to bottom, was almost one-sided. They felt that Yixing was asking for trouble by challenging Xiong Qixing. He was too arrogant. Those who had confidence in Yixing were few and far between. The discussions that came from all around were all in favor of Xiong Qixing. This made Xiong Qixing feel very proud. He had a lofty and arrogant smile on his face. However, his eyes didn't soften because of the smile on his face. Instead, they became even more fierce, vicious, and filled with danger. Yixing's posture was like a mountain, unmoving like a mountain. The unfavorable discussions around him didn't affect him in the slightest. His eyes were clear and full of confidence, as if he could see through everything. A faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth, which made him look harmless. However, what he said was shocking. Xiong Qixing, the grudge between us can't be solved with a normal fight. Do you dare to fight in the life and death arena? Fight on a life and death arena? Whether it was the new students, the old students, or the elders of the academy, everyone's face changed in an instant. There was no victory or defeat on the life and death arena, only life and death. Yixing's words meant that he wanted to fight to the death with Xiong Qixing. It was either him or Xiong Qixing. Where did his confidence come from? This shocked everyone and made them incomparably surprised. Even Wei Qingxian, who could be said to be the person who had the most confidence in Yixing, couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. How much courage did it take to fight to the death with a peak stage 7 martial pass stage 6? How much courage did it take? He's a big idiot. A big idiot. A senior laughed out loud. His laughter was insolent. Following his laughter, Ling Ling and Luo Luo also laughed. However, most of the people didn't laugh. Yixing's posture was like a mountain, and his temperament was otherworldly. He looked like a martial Bowmaster who had merged with heaven and earth. How could he be a big idiot? Definitely not. Those who laughed at Yixing for being a big idiot were definitely the ones who were the big idiot. Most of the people weren't idiots, so they didn't laugh. Instead, they were surprised and confused. They were surprised by Yixing's courage and didn't understand where Yixing's confidence came from. He dared to fight to the death with Xiong Qixing. What was he relying on? One by one, the martial Dao Masters, Grandmasters, and Martial Grandmasters narrowed their eyes and carefully sized up Yixing. They wanted to see through him, but unfortunately, they could only see Yixing's otherworldly temperament. They couldn't see through Yixing's true background. Xiong Qixing was also sizing up Yixing, but he also couldn't see through Yixing's background. He was also a meticulous person. Even though what he wanted to do the most before was to fight to the death with Yixing, he hesitated when Yixing challenged him to a life and death battle in front of the entire academy. He hesitated because he didn't understand. He didn't understand because he couldn't see where Yixing's confidence came from. What was he relying on? This led to his lack of confidence. Yixing chuckled when he saw that the other party wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, he kept looking at him. You don't dare? Haha. The senior of the advanced genius class is actually a coward. Although Yixing's words were meant to provoke him, they were very effective. Not only did Xiong Qixing's eyes burn with anger, but even the other advanced genius class students felt as if explosives had been ignited in their hearts. They were all furious. As for the new students, most of them revealed smiles at this moment. At this moment, they finally found a sense of belonging from Yixing and recognized Yixing as the representative of the new students. Xiong Qixing's expression was a little ugly. His eyes were cold as he stared at Yixing and said, "Do you really think that you can fight me with your current strength?" Yixing continued to chuckle. "So long-winded. Sheng, you're usually very courageous. Why are you so hesitant in the face of death? The path of martial arts has always been one where the courageous advance can achieve great success. Your mentality really disappoints me." Wang Haiqing's internal energy transmitted sound rang in Xiong Qixing's ears. "Moreover, even if the sky falls, Master will be there to support you. What do you have to think about?" Wang Haiqing's words enlightened Xiong Qixing and cleared up the hesitation in his heart. "Yes, with Master here, how could he leave me in the lurch? Why should I hesitate because of that little risk and lose face for nothing?" Xiong Qixing thought to himself and blamed himself for his hesitation. With this thought, Xiong Qixing's expression turned for the better. He recovered his confident expression and said, "Okay, Yixing, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Since you and I are both willing to fight to the death, then there's no need to go to the life and death arena. Let's sign the life and death contract here. Let's fight to the death and let everyone see how you'll walk down the path of death under my hands." "Okay, Xiong Qixing, I support you. Xiong Qixing, fight for your dignity and destroy that arrogant kid. Spread the name of our advanced genius class." Xiong Qixing's acceptance of the challenge immediately made the advanced genius class students' blood boil. They all shouted loudly, and their voices shook the sky. There is nothing more exciting than a life and death battle. After it was posted, I rarely spoke in a V chapter. But today I had to say something. I'm very thankful for today. When I woke up, I was pleasantly surprised. My monthly votes broke 100, and there were many brothers who tipped me. I'm very thankful. Let's talk about Arrow God's update. Everyone knows about chocolate situation. Writing Arrow God and Immeasurable at the same time is very busy every day. However, I'll maintain the daily updates. 2 chapters guaranteed. The monthly votes will be calculated separately. The update time is currently set to the first chapter from 12 to 1 o'clock. The second chapter from 19 to 20 o'clock. The additional updates will be after 8 o'clock at night. This time, I like to express my gratitude. I also hope that the brothers will continue to vote for us. We have the strength to take first place. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.